We're still communicating with the Bureau, and we will inform them as soon as we have a bigger number of members present. So I would like to invite those honorable members who are still outside to come and take their seats in order to have a higher number and allow us to give or to invite members of the Bureau to come to the hall. We should have started at 9. It's already 10. And if ever other members are still outside, we would like to kindly request them to come and join us here in this hall. Thank you.
Honorable members, the first Vice President.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا السادة الموقرون. سنبدأ بدقيقة الصمت والتأمل.
Let's observe a minute of silence, please. Okay.
سيد الأمين العام المساعد
Can we have today's agenda? You have the agenda, please, to read us the agenda. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Today's agenda, the first item is presentation and debate on the activity report on the Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the period September to November 2024.
شكرا سيد الأمين العام. الآن
Thank you, Deputy Clerk, Mr. Deputy Clerk. So I'm going to request the person who is going to, or the presenter of the report, Honorable Jean-Marie Nibarentiji, the chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, to come up to the rostrum and present his report.
فليتفضل.
So the floor is yours, sir.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished members of Parliament, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. It is a singular pleasure for me and for our committee, Committee on Justice, to have this opportunity to present the activity report from September to November. This activity report focuses on some main activities undertaken in the Justice Committee of the Pan-African Parliament between September and November 2024. It highlights three key activities: the joint technical meeting with the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the forum or the network of the African National Human Rights, and the joint colloquium with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. First and foremost, a joint technical meeting with the African Court on Human and People's Rights that held in Arusha. This meeting that took place in Arusha, in Tanzania, sought to formalize the collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and the African Court. The discussion was on aligning the strategic priorities, the drafting of a framework for joint activities, and the development of potential metrics. The meeting ended with the signing of the framework agreement, marking a key milestone in the institution of cooperation between the PAP and the African Court. Secondly, participation in the Forum of the African National Human Rights Institutions. During the 7th Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, a forum that took place in Banjul in the Gambia, the committee collaborated with the National African Network of Human Rights to discuss the responsibilities in human rights. The forum focused on the agendas 11 of Term 11 of Agenda 2063 on peace, justice, democratic values, human rights, and the rule of law. The main recommendation included the strengthening of collaboration between the NHRIs and the funding for provided to these institutions. Participating in the 81 session of the African Commission on People's Rights that took place in Banjul, the committee took part in the 81st ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where it discussed with the key stakeholders and including a special representative of the European Union on human rights. The session focused on two issues such as the death penalty and gender-based violence in conflict areas and discrimination, underscoring the importance of joint efforts to promote human rights on the continent. On the sidelines of this session, we also took part in the joint colloquium that was prepared by the PAP and the Human Rights Commission in Banjul on economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. The committee co-organized a high-level colloquium that sought to promote rights to education in collaboration with the African Human Rights Day. This focused on two strategies for inclusive education, especially for vulnerable groups, and highlighted education as a means for socio-economic equality. The participants discussed the role of the legislative framework in guaranteeing accessible and quality education for all. In addition to what we have discussed in PAP, we also conducted an activity to develop a legal framework agreement on human rights. In collaboration with the University of Pretoria and the Bristol University, the committee launched the development of a model law that sought to guide member states of the African Union in implementing decisions on human rights. This law is designed to take up challenges relating to implementing African Union decisions on human rights and to provide a structural framework for the national implementation. Draft law is expected by March 2025. In this slide, a legal framework document guides the development of this model law has been finalized and submitted for your consideration and adoption. We hope that the document, in the morning we didn't have the document available. We hope that the ushers can bring the document and distribute it to the AUKUS Assembly because you need to consider this document and adopt it during this session. As recommendation, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights recommends the following: to solidify collaboration with national human rights institutions. The PAP should sign an MOU with its network. This MOU should incorporate clear areas of collaboration and assign roles for each institution, and also ensures a structured cooperation. It should also include a comprehensive work plan with measurable goals. The PAP should also advocate for adequate funding of national human rights by member states, ensuring that these institutions can function independently and effectively. The PAP support for financial and institutional strengthening of national human rights institutions will enhance their capacity to uphold human rights standards and monitor compliance at the national level. In collaboration with relevant partners, the PAP should prioritize and accelerate the development of the model law on the implementation of human rights decisions. This model law will provide African states with a standardized legal framework, facilitating the systematic enforcement of decisions made by African human rights bodies, including the African Court on Human and People's Rights and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The PAP should also establish a regular presence at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights sessions, which serve as critical convening platforms for human rights defenders across Africa. By actively participating, the PAP can not only enhance its visibility, but also organize side events to share best practices and engage in strategic networking. In recognition of the African Human Rights Day on October 21, the PAP should organize targeted activities and programs to demonstrate its commitment to human rights on the continent. Based on the theme of the joint workshop on economic and social rights and focusing on the right to education, the PAP should advocate for initiatives that promote socio-economic rights through education with a focus on vulnerable groups. The PAP should acknowledge and formally commend the efforts of the African Commission on Human People's Rights, National Human Rights Institution Network, and related UN agencies for their significant contributions to advancing human rights across Africa. It is on this note that I bring to an end the summary of our report on the Committee of Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Honorable. Before I give the floor to the list, I would like to inform you that the rest of the Bureau, under the chairship of His Excellency President Sharon Bera, they have an emergency meeting and they will join us during the session. The first intervention is for the Honorable from Kenya, Honorable Esther Mutuni.
Madam Vice President, and congratulations on your appointment. It's another win for women, and we celebrate you. First, I would like to say that I am very, very proud of the work that has been done under the leadership of our President, Chief Cherumbuya, on trying to enhance human rights and the role that Pan-African Parliament will play in ensuring that we create a model law to deal with human rights issues in the continent. Of course, the model law will have no impact whatsoever if member states and the AU do not recognize the importance of the Pan-African Parliament in legislation and the importance for this initiative by the joint committees with the African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights to ensure that we anchor the model law that will take care of the human rights interventions in our various countries so that we can ensure that Africa becomes a continent where human rights are protected across the board. We've had many model laws produced by this parliament, but the adoption processes are not anchored in law by the various parliaments that we are represented here. So if we are able to look at the work that has been done, there's been a lot of work, a lot of people have committed, the University of Pretoria, the University of Bristol, together with all the bodies here to make sure that we come up with a model law that will help us as a continent abolish the death penalty. I know our own country, Kenya, has abolished the death penalty, combating torture, addressing violence against women in conflict zones, discrimination, comprehensive sex education. I'd like to talk about comprehensive sex education. A lot of African countries are reluctant to have comprehensive sex education implemented in their schools. And now, how are the human rights here affected? When we don't teach our young girls and our young men about comprehensive sex education, then what happens is a young girl will get pregnant and she will not know that what she did with the boy, which felt very good, would have resulted in a child. We had such a situation in Kenya where a young girl at the age of 13 ended up having triplets, and when she was asked, she said she didn't know that what she was doing would make her pregnant. She didn't know, and when she was asked, now that you have these 3 children, can the boy that gave you those the triplets be able to look after you? She goes, no, he's just as poor as I am. So here was this young 13-year-old having triplets as her first birth. Can you imagine the damage that that has done? There'll be other issues that she'll have to deal with in the future. But I feel that as long as we don't want to face this big animal of comprehensive sex education to our children, we are denying the fact that if we don't teach our children things that they need to know about their bodies as they are young, we actually are impacting on their human rights. A young girl becomes pregnant because she's not able to access commodities to be able to prevent the pregnancy. So we're saying that, you know, the legal age is 18, but is the legal age 18 to have access to contraceptives when our children are having sex, consensual sex, at the age of 15? Are we saying that the West has bad manners, that's why they're giving their children contraceptives at an early age? No. And with the same breath, we have certain African countries where a young girl is given as a bride the minute she has a menstruation, even if she's the age of 10, which again, early teenage marriages are not good in law. It's against the human rights of that young girl. So there's so many things that are custom and tradition that affect our human rights. So I really want to stand here and commend the teams, and I pray that by the time we have the model law, we will be able to strengthen the African Court. We'll be able to have reports from the African Court about what are the cases that are there. You know, and I believe that once the African Court is strengthened, then we will have no reason to take any of our people to the European courts, The Hague, for instance, because we'll be able to effectively deal with human rights injustices within the continent of Africa, and that will show the independence and the growth of Africa as a continent, and be able to deal with and address human rights offenses and effectively make sure that those that are culpable pay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor now to Honorable from Honorable Nikki Scott-Chami.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I am delighted to see that the Northern Caucus had no reason to worry and that you are indeed our first Vice President. Congratulations, Madam Vice President. I would also like to congratulate the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And I have 3 points to make. The first was made by my colleague from Kenya. And the second is to say that we really need to become a legislative body for the Pan-African Parliament to have the most impact. But this doesn't mean that we cannot move forward with model laws. And I am hopeful that we will be able to do that. But if we introduce model laws here, my question is to find out what are the measures or what is going to encourage countries to domesticate these model laws. There's one thing is to adopt a model law, but it's quite another to ensure that that model law becomes domesticated and operational. And I would like to also say that the Committee on Justice and Human Rights needs to have the resources necessary to be able to conduct missions to various national parliaments to spread the word on justice and human rights, but also to go and visit and conduct missions with targeted groups, vulnerable groups. In terms of strengthening the rights of women and children, we all know that there are so many women and children who are suffering because of their extreme vulnerability. We have seen that the first to be affected by issues like climate change are women and children. And so measures need to be taken, including educating women and children so that they are better equipped to be able to cope with these issues. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Madam Vice President.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Honorable from Tunisia, as Mr. Ahmed Saadani. Thank you, Vice President. And I would like to renew in my name and the name of Tunisian delegation to congratulate you on assuming the position of first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. And I also would like to thank the chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights for all the efforts made by the committee in September and November. And I value what has been said by Honorable Esther from Kenya and Honorable Fayo from Benin. And I don't want to repeat the same points that they have raised, because they have said everything that needs to be said. But when we talk about the issue of justice and human rights in Africa, we basically talking about a political body that shares these issues, which is the civil society. And unfortunately, in Africa, the civil society is penetrated by several foreign intelligence that has double standards on the issues of human rights in our countries. When we want a political body to be above another political body, we raise the issue of human rights. What is happening in Africa today make us think that the issue of human rights must be an African issue. When the chairperson spoke that in the 89th meeting of the Commission, the European Union representative participated, I would like to question the people who violated the human rights through the history can give us lesson about human rights in Africa. the one who legitimized the violation of human rights in Africa can give lessons to the African people about human rights. And here I recall what happened, what is happening in Gaza and Palestine, and what is happening in Lebanon. About the international silence about the violations of human rights. The human rights is only for the European and American, but when it is concerning the Africans and the Asians, then the scale is changing. What is happening now in Palestine reminds us of what happened in 5th and 7th June in Casablanca, Morocco. What is happening today in Palestine reminds us of what happened in 8th of May 1945 in Algeria, where more than 45,000 have been martyred. What is happening in Gaza and Lebanon remind us of what the Belgian colonization did in Congo. What is happening in Palestine remind us also of Benzert battle in Tunisia in 19 July in 1961. Those through history who violated the human rights and legitimized the violations of human rights cannot give us lessons on human rights for Africa and the Africans. Therefore, this model law that we are debating must go from the legislation to be adopted, and we cannot get lessons from the others. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقر.
Thank you, Honorable. I give the floor now to the Honorable from Algeria, Honorable Bahja Lemali. Not in the chamber. I give the floor now to Honorable from Tunisia, Honorable Hamami Lutfi. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to congratulate you on assuming the position of first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. We still have many challenges that hinder the enhancement of human rights in Africa, including the regional conflicts and internal conflicts, and the poverty, ignorance, and diseases, and the political polarizations, and the continuous inequalities in terms of culture. The question is how the Parliament would defend the human rights. In fact, there are many solutions. First, to improve the sustainable development through the human rights, enhancement of human rights, including in the conflicts and insecurity, enhance the equality and combat discrimination, protect the civil justice, enhancement of the rule of law and accountability for human rights violations, more application of human rights instruments. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. I now give the floor to Honorable from Kenya, Honorable St. Donson. Please go ahead.
Asante sana Mama Rais kwa
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I would like to ask the chairman of the committee enforcement of what happens in the Court of Africa. How is this how does it happen? I'm asking this because in 2017 there was a judgment from this court against Kenya, and it said that those from the Ogek community, a small community, their human rights had been so it was decided that the government of Kenya was supposed to return them to that forest where they had been removed. But now this forest, which is called Mau Forest, is a section where the whole of Kenya depends on it for rain. It's the catchment area. And because the government of Kenya had removed them from that forest, it was because they wanted to return that forest so that we can have rains in the country. So we would like to know if the chairman has followed up with this issue, to know these judgments that come from this court, how are these judgments implemented? Because sometimes they come up with judgments that are difficult to be implemented. For example, if you say Kenya should come up with a public apology, what do you mean? If you say that Kenya to pay 100 million and also add another 57 million, because that court gave that strong judgment against Kenya. And from that year up to now, the judgment has not been done. So I want to ask the chairman if he can answer us. So he would like us to know, how can the judgments of this court, how are they implemented? So I've just given an example of Kenya because I come from Kenya. So if it is another country and another country, in normal courts, we have policemen, we have bailiffs that go and make sure that the judgment is implemented. But now, this Court of Justice for Africa, does it have a policy? Does it have court bailiffs? So how are these judgments implemented? And if they are not implemented, what can we do so that we can help the implementation of the human rights in Africa? So if all the countries would know that if these courts pass judgment, there is nothing that will happen, how are we going to help Africa to make sure that we adhere to human rights in Africa? I would like the chairman of this committee to follow up with this issue, because this court passes judgments every year, and these judgments are important. But now, how are these judgments implemented, and how can they be implemented? And if it is not possible for the implementation, so the committee should see how they can change this, or even ask the African Union so that we can see how we can be able to implement the judgment from this court. If we are not going to do this, I can see we will not be helping the continent of Africa. Thank you so much, Ms. Vice President.
Thank you, Honorable. I now give the floor to
Panafas.
Honorable Mariam Ndao Ngawala from Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, I would like to join my colleague in congratulating you, my colleagues in congratulating you on your election, and I wish you a very good mandate. And the women of the Pan-African Parliament are very proud of you and your election. I would also like to congratulate the Committee on Justice and Human Rights for the work that they've accomplished and make some suggestions. Madam Vice President, As MPs of the Pan-African Parliament, we represent the people of Africa. The question of human rights is a vital issue on the African continent. The African continent that is experiencing so much war, conflict, the rights of women and children needing to be strengthened. I think that as an African parliament, we urgently need to have a clear idea of what we understand as justice and human rights on the African continent. And I would like to propose that every year, in order for us to know what the human rights situation is on the continent, that we hold a conference annually, and we invite the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to report back on the situation in Africa, and that we invite other representatives from various countries in Africa to also present and let us know what is taking place on the continent. Justice and human rights are such important issues, and we need to defend these human rights in accordance with our African values. And it would be an excellent idea to receive the African Union Commission on Justice and Human Rights and include them in our conference. I would like to know what we are doing as parliamentarians in terms of human rights violations in the conflicts that are currently taking place on the continent, and what we are doing to protect ethnic minorities.
كلمة الآن للنائب الموقر سكتا.
I give the floor now to Honorable Sakata Gali from the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. I would also like to congratulate you for your election. It was a brilliant election, and I would like to congratulate you on the way that you are managing this session this morning. On page 5 of the report, in the French version, I think it's the third paragraph, it says that the PAP and the African Court should institutionalize regular consultations to exchange knowledge, share research outputs, and discuss model laws. The African Court, like other courts, is characterized by the principle of independence. And so I don't know how the court would be able to draft a model law with an organ of the African Union. I'm not sure if that would violate the principle of independence. So perhaps that paragraph needs to be removed from the report. And I would like to also remind colleagues that the committee, because the protocol that created the African Court of Justice only gives individuals the opportunity to bring cases to the court against countries and not against other individuals. And you may have circumstances where there are individuals within a country who are violating human rights. And I believe that the Pan-African Parliament should lobby to improve this aspect of the protocol and ensure that individuals can be brought to the court to answer for human rights violations. The committee received the special representative from the European Union. And it is true that human rights are universal concepts, but as we have said this morning, we absolutely need to take into consideration our cultural traditions and our African culture and traditions. And we cannot continue to follow the vision that is set for us by the European Union and by other external partners, even though I recognize that human rights are universal. Thank you.
الكلمة الآن للنائب الموقر.
I give now the floor to Honorable Fatimata Nanjil from Gambia.
Madam President, and like my colleagues, I would like to congratulate you for taking over as the first Vice President of the Pan-Africa Parliament. I would also like to thank the Northern Caucus for unanimously nominating you, and in extension, the whole plenary for finally confirming you as the first Vice President. Madam President, I've looked at the report. I have not seen the composition of the delegation by name because I wanted to see whether it was gender balanced, first of all. But I will still recommend the delegation for good programs that they have undertaken. But I would have loved to see the composition so that I will see if it was actually gender balanced. Secondly, Madam President, if you go to page 3.4, the main goals of the joint technical meeting between the PAP, I've just confirmed with my colleague, and it is glad and heartwarming to see that the committee has undertaken it to ensure that the Court of Justice would be ready to work with the Pan-Africa Parliament to ensure that judgments are implemented accordingly. Because coming from West Africa, I could authoritatively say that the ECOWAS Court have done justice by ensuring that judgments that have been taken by the court were implemented by member states. And I would appeal to this Parliament to also ensure that the African Court would also follow suit. Madam President, my last observation is that the committee have gone to various countries within the region. My recommendation would be, if they go to any particular country, they should also include the delegates from those countries to make sure that they also are part of the delegations. Because if, for example, they went to Gambia for the African Commission meetings, as a Gambian, I wasn't aware, and I don't think my fellow members were aware as well. The committee also went to Tanzania, and I hope that they would have also consulted with the delegates from Tanzania as well. I think it will make their job easier. Thank you very much, Madam President.
الكلمة الآن للنائب الموقر من غامبيا.
Honorable MP from Gambia, Suleiman. You have the floor, Honorable.
Victory to the PAP, victory to the Africans. Your Excellency, the report before us is a very good report. And I would like to thank the chairperson of the committee and all the members who participated to draft us such a good report. Honorable Chair, human rights are universal rights. These are rights that we are born with. And these rights doesn't have a border.
And these rights needs to be protected. But these rights are abused from all angles, particularly the leaders. We expect them to be the custodians of these rights. And children and women that you talk about in the report, we feel that they are vulnerable and they need to be protected. Most of the time, they become the victims. And African children need to be protected for the future, for the posterity. How do we protect them? They must have access to education. In Gambia, for example, children have access to education. Particularly female children, they have free education from at the primary level. This is compulsory education. But that's not enough. We need to ensure that they acquire skills. It's high time we look at our educational system where women, children will be taught how to develop skills, because that will create them an employment that will help them to be responsible citizens of the continent. It's not only talk and talk. We need to look at the learning materials, what do they attract with. So our educational system needs to be revisited in a manner that education will go to the children. Honorable Speaker, women, we all know that women suffered a lot in the history. But I believe with the activism, with our voice, women are now, they can be heard, they can be at anywhere. And we have to celebrate and thank Africa for championing the cause of women. Because anytime issue of women comes, men will stand up. We have seen it yesterday. Men, they came on virtual, they left everything to see to read that the woman who is sitting down there gets her fundamental right to be elected, thanks to the men and women of this parliament. So Africa shall never be underrated in terms of respecting women. Our fathers and mothers, they have a role to play in the house, division of labor. They all make sure that food was brought on the table for the survival of the family. Madam Chair, we also saw in the report child labor. Child labor need to be really looked at. We need to train them how to become responsible. But that doesn't mean that we should force them to do work that's going to affect their health and their well-being. And sometimes you see child exploitation within the region. In my country, we have some traditional learning setup where these children will be exposed. They will be forced to produce for their masters or their teachers. So those are abuses that need to be highlighted and they need to be addressed. But sometimes the governments feel scared of these marabouts or these leaders to tell them what they are doing is wrong. Even if you go, you find this child who is abused with a chain, you take it to the authorities, the police will be scared to go and make arrests. So how can we protect our children when we see them under such hostile environment? That's why I said the leadership matters. The leaders must be responsible to make sure that these laws are implemented. I don't want to waste the time of the House, but I want to salute the Human Rights Committee for the effort done. Thank you.
So we have we are done with the list that we have before us. Right now, I'd like to invite the Honorable, President of the Human Rights Commission to react to the observations that have just been made. Mr. President, Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Excellence.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'll start by thanking the people who have contributed to our work, who have appreciated the work done, and also the people who have asked questions. because with these questions we get to learn and to be aware of the difficulties. The first honorable, who is not there yet, from Kenya, she asked, although this is a model law that will have no impact yet, since certain states do not recognize the model laws, I'd like to say that a model law is very important for the countries that wish to establish in their legislation the decision of the AU, because the model laws that we come up with do help countries for the making of national law. National laws. I say that because I know this from experience myself. I was a minister in charge of environment, and when I saw the EU documents, including model laws, including those on deforestation, desertification, and others, these documents helped us a lot. Model laws, of course, are not binding, but we make them because we need to, and we need to continue making them in view of the importance that I've already underscored. And also, we need to attain this strength that we've already mentioned for us to be a legislative organ. And this will not happen if we fold our arms and do nothing. We need to keep working to show the world in our countries that we are indeed working. Child marriages, many people have mentioned it. Almost all the countries have underscored this, that there are early marriages, and we need to do everything we can to prevent this, and we need to have model laws to prevent this kind of practice, because the issue that we have, that was mentioned, is that certain countries say that the majority is when you are 16 years, and for other countries it's 18 years. So during the discussions in Banjul, this is what was happening. So we need to harmonize our views. We might even decide for this age to be 21 years. For young girls, when you start procreating at 16 years old, this is a problem. Even the body itself is not mature enough. And for Benin, we need to come up with systems to get into implementing the Parliament's decisions. This is what we're doing, and we busy signing memoranda of understanding. Because whether it's the African Court, whether the African Court of Human Rights, all these organs, these are sister organs to the PAP. Therefore, we need to work with them, because previously we did not work together officially. Now we want to officialize these working together so that we can assist them where there are problems, so that we can all act, in one voice for the African peoples. We come here with information from our various countries. So if we share this information with those two other institutions, that will help them a lot in their work. Honorable from Tunisia. This was just a contribution. It was not a question. He mentioned the human rights organizations, civil society organizations, and he wished for the issue of human rights for people to avoid being lessons givers. If we work with the civil society organizations, if the PAP organizes the civil society forum, when they do that, we listen to them. And this is in order for us to be able to manage, in our way, the violations that will have been recorded here and there. So this is good, and so we should not really depend only on the lessons givers. But once again, we really need to work on this human rights issue, which is an important one. We need to collaborate with other states and the other regions as well, whether it's Europe, America, and others. When we talk about migration, when people migrate to other countries in search for work or for other reasons, maybe their human rights have been threatened. We cannot do this without collaborating with others. But we need to say to them that there are limitations into how they can intervene in our affairs. For the Honorable from Tunisia, thank you. You suggested that we improve the human rights issue. This is very good. For Kenya, the colleague spoke in Swahili.
It doesn't concern only Kenya. We are not happy. Those cases were least heard in Arusha. Many countries do not accept the decisions made by the African Court on Human Rights and People. But we have had long conversations in Arusha. They told us they have problems. If they have problems, people do not accept it. That's why the Pan-African Parliament, we thought, for this law, of having this law that would help us as countries, as people or companies, to respect the court's decisions, saying that if these people are abandoned in forests, and the forests were facilitating in provision of water in Kenya, normally the environment and the people are environment. If somebody is in his field or where he lives has to be shown where else the person can live. If the person has their belongings they should be compensated. You must know if all this was not done, that's wrong. If you remove somebody from the place where they're installed or they are settled, you have to compensate them.
Les gens qui, quand on déplace des gens dans
When people are moved into a forest, they need to be indemnified normally, to use a good French word. But you also need to find some a space where you can for them to settle. This is what should be done everywhere in the world. As I said earlier, I was a minister of the environment, but also of housing. So I know about the international laws on these issues, including those pertain to environment in our continent. So while the land judgment in Arusha are not observed, this is the center of the problem. And this was explained to us. We were together with the president of the PAP, and also the secretariat was present. It was clearly explained to us that they had enormous difficulties. And also, we're lucky to follow to listen to the judgment that was pronounced. There was a lot of work, a lot of countries represented, including Benin and others, where human rights were violated. So the center of the problem is that the states do not really abide by the legislation of the institutions that they themselves have created. Because we don't understand a decision that was taken by a court that is then refused or that is not observed. This is why, as I was saying, it's important to have this model law, even though it may not be a binding one for the time being, but we do hope in the future for this to be the case. The DRC, I agree with you, with the organs like the African Court, the African Commission on Human Rights, that go by the principle of independence. That's true, independence, yes, but I'll say this. We come from the same African continent. We need to complement the actions of each other. If you say that the parliament would dictate certain things, they asked us themselves for us to assist them with certain issues. So how do we do this if we don't work together? We need to work together for us to address their problems. Regarding the human rights in Banjul, I was with the commissioner in charge of education in Arusha. Everybody is here, Bako and Touré, and the others that I don't see here, they were there. They'll be able to add something to what I'm saying. So more or less, what I could say is that the work was performed well. We had a good conversation. And still on the DRC's comment, on page 9, regarding the official from the European Union, I've already said it, we need to work with everybody. If he requested to be received as a representative of the president of the PAP, I requested the permission to meet with him, which we did, and we did speak with him. There's no problem. So why do we use the funds from the European Union? Why do you ask the PAP to look for funds? Well, it's because around the continent we could not find any funding, sufficient funding for our activities. But also, the question is not ours alone. We need to work with everyone. If we don't educate our peoples in observing the human rights, tomorrow they may go somewhere else and behave in a negative way. So that's why they also should support us. For Gambia, Madame Fatimata from Gambia, if you go into a country, you need to provide the names of the delegates going into that country. That's true, I agree. We do hope that in the future, the committees and the Secretariat will work on this together. I had also requested, I remember, when I was at the airport with the chair of the caucus, who is from Gambia. Mr. Toure was invited as well. He's from Gambia. I said, I don't know yet whether he had been invited or not. So this is something to improve on. And I'm sure the Secretariat is listening to us. Also from Gambia, you spoke about women and children who are victims. This is a reality everywhere. We need to combine our efforts to remedy the situation. Without much further ado, I'd like to thank you all for the support and the questions that you were asked. There was an observation. I think I skipped something. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The chairperson of the Gender Commission, you mentioned the human rights, which is a central issue on our continent. Organizing a workshop, a 2-day workshop with the Commission in order to give some direction around our human rights initiatives. You've always asked me this, but this is also the wish of the Banjul Commission. And this work will be done. I think this is even in the working documents that will, the memorandum of understanding, according to which we will have to work together. And you cannot do this without exchanging our details. And I do hope that this work will be scheduled. You heard it yourselves. In the strategic plan, the part concerning our committee, you saw that we intend to work indeed with the 2 institutions. So what do we do as MPs around the human rights violations. The question is asked to you all. To you all. What are you doing? Regarding the human rights violation, we all need to talk about this, to advise on this, and to organize meetings around this. When we organize missions, when I do this in my country, in the regions of the country, I touch on a lot of points so that people do not get addicted to substance abuse, for example. And here I'm talking in particular about the youth, because when you use drugs, you open the door to a lot of various types of violence. Other than this, let me thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor and allowing me to respond to all these questions. I also thank.
I think that you have really deserved this round of applause. Thank you. Now, we will adopt the report that has been presented by the committee. So we will adopt it if there is no objection. Thank you.
نعتقد أنه قد تم اعتماد.
I think that the report has been adopted, and now I would like to invite Madame the Clerk in order to read to us the remaining items. Thank you, Madame President. The next item is the presentation and debate on the report on Jade Seminar on the education of girls in Africa as part of Africa Educate Her campaign, which will be presented by the Committee on Education. Thank you, Deputy Clerk. I would like to invite now Honorable Member Koedio Kota Perna in order to present the report of the committee. Thank you.
Excellence, Madame la
Excellency, Madam First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like also to congratulate you for your brilliant election yesterday and tell you how many times we have been delighted to have you as the first Vice President. We are delighted to see the chamber which you are presiding over during this session where this report is going to be presented. Honourable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Deputy Clerk and all members of the General Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, support staff, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I will now present to you the report of the Standing Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism and Human Resources of the Pan-African Parliament, a report relative to a workshop which was held from the 28th to the 30th of October 2024 in Pretoria, in South Africa. The theme of this workshop is to achieve progress on the Africa campaign, Educate Her, and popularize the theme of the African Union for the year 2024, that is education and the promotion of vocational training in Africa. So I would like to express all our gratitude on behalf of the Committee on Education to His Excellency Chief Charombira for his brilliant leadership, and also his vice presidents, whom through their action have provided the necessary efforts in order for this effort to be held. So, at the opening of this workshop, His Excellency Honorable Mohammed Jiddah, fourth Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, has delivered a discourse which was full of hope for the Pan-African Parliament, with a large smile, of which he has the secret, this workshop on the theme that has been mentioned earlier. The first presentation of this workshop was made by the expert from ESUFA, Mr. Boubacar Jumbare, who has explained that the International Center for Education of Girls and Women in Africa, that is CEFA, of the African Union, is an institution which is specialized union since 2004. It is dedicated to education of girls, women, and it is based in Burkina Faso, and it is part of the Department of Science, Education and Innovation of the African Union Commission. He has then shared the strategic plan 2021-2025, which represents a link between gender and education. The present strategy on the resilience in order to favor African capital wealth, thanks to the education of women and sustainable development. The second presentation of the same institution, CEFA, was made by Madame Lorato Mandango, who has also touched upon the Africa campaign Educate Her in order to promote visibility, and she has gained the support of members of parliament of PAP. The second phase of campaign Africa Educate Her is aimed at encouraging girls to go to school, but also remain until the end of the school cycle. And the first aspect was about the possibilities of sensitization. The second aspect is on partnership and networks. The third aspect is about capacity building. And the fourth aspect is about research and the gathering of data. The fifth part is about sensitization, and the sixth is about the evaluation of all the tasks that has been carried out in favor of girls' education. After a discussion on the presentations, Mr. Boubacar has presented the benefits of educating girls by referring to campaigns in favor of the education of girls, which will serve as women's leadership. A point on the debate of experts entitled "The Contribution of the Parliamentarians for the Promotion of Girls' Education in Africa." In practical cases were presented, as you can note it on the material which was distributed this morning. So here is the summary of the first working day. The second day, that is the 29th of October 2024, after the protocol formalities, the floor was given to Mr. Shipozi Emmanuel, who represented the director of the Department of Education at the African Union, and he made a presentation on the strategies and the activities and the achievements of the education year. In his presentation entitled Strategy, Activity and Achievements of Education Year, Mr. Manuel Shipozi has presented an ambition view for the future of education in the whole Africa. Representing the Division on Education in the African Union, he has explained the mandate which was expected, expected from the division, which is aimed at promoting the education of girls since childhood up to the third level of education. And he has also recalled us of a commitment made particularly as concerns the promotion of school canteens program, and also learnership, whole life learnership, and the development of education and research based on evidence. Mr. Emmanuel has also presented the African strategy for EFTP 2025-2034. Indeed, thus education and technical vocational training is very important because it encourages employability, and he has described how this new strategy responds or meets the changes such as, for example, technological advance and also unemployed and also the unemployed. Excuse me, says the speaker. He apologizes. He has to drink some water. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. The goals that are included are the improvement of employability, economic growth, and also regional collaboration. The initial project for Skills in Africa, SIFA, in partnership with development agencies, supports the African strategy. And at the end of the discussions, we adopted the following conclusions and recommendations. The first resolution is to support the campaign Africa Educate Her, Phase 2, and the Dakar Declaration on learning, and also the strategy to be deployed members of the Pan-African Parliament. Plan also for education reforms, which will be adapted to the national needs on education systems, targeting girls and women in particular. The third resolution is to encourage members of the Pan-African Parliament to adopt legal and political measures in order to guarantee the implementation of the Dakar Declaration. And finally, the fourth resolution is to remedy the negative perception of vocational training in Africa by combating stereotypes which are associated to this training, and prove the important link between general education and vocational training. Recommendations for the campaign Africa Educate Her. First, promote the campaign through legislative and monitoring roles to favor the national implementation of the recommendation of the Pan-African Conference on the Education of Girls and Women, and also to encourage legislation which would favor gender and also encourage the education of girls with inclusivity, and 5, implement the Dakar Declaration. A recommendation for the African Strategy on Education and Technical and Vocational Training, FTP, on the Strategy 2025-2034. The first recommendation is to implement development policies of effective skills. The second recommendation is to enhance partnership in order for the actions that have been carried out to have an impact. The third is to promote entrepreneurship, and the fourth is to take advantage of technology and innovation. And finally, the fifth is to increase public and private investments in these FTP, that is vocational training. The closing of this workshop was made by Madame Simone Yonga, a coordinator or acting coordinator of UACFA. She thanked the Pan-African Parliament and the Committee on Education for their cooperation and support, and particularly His Excellency Honorable Chief Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament. She congratulated the participants and the experts for their commitment by insisting on the importance of an education focused on the theme of the African Union Year, by focusing on 2 main initiatives, that is the education of the youth. Madame Yonke has urged parliamentarians to support her efforts through a stronger legislation, an adequate funding, and also an implementation and effective follow-up in order to ensure their transforming impact throughout Africa. Thank you, honorable members, for your kind attention.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we open the floor for comments and interventions by the honorable members. The first speaker being Mr. or Honorable Mike Kotoshani Fagnon. Please, you have the floor. I thank you very much, Madam President. My name is Fagnon Kochani Mikel. And I do apologize, Honorable. I would like to congratulate the Committee on Education and the initiative of the participation to this important workshop. Madam President, the problem of education is so important and critical that I would like to recall a certain number of concerns. The education of our children, as it has been envisaged, is taking place in a context of insecurity and conflicts, because when you go to the Sahelian countries where conflicts are taking place, so when these conflicts exacerbate through violence, of all kinds, the children are the first to be the victims. Madam President, in this context, there is this problem of malnutrition and the problem of climate change, and also poverty, which affects the income. And it is very important and critical that through subgroups and regions, Africa should refocus on these problems. In many countries, the basic education or preschool education is neglected. Can you imagine children who have not followed the preschool, who have not been to the preschool, and when getting to the primary school, they face difficulties? There is a problem, there is that problem of forced and early marriage, which is cross-cutting with the problem of gender and the problem of children's rights. And even if we initiate every year the African Child Year, but it is necessary to remedy the situation. Madam Chairperson or President, we parliamentarians should focus our attention and also demand that within our states there should be a policy which would identify at the level of orientation the basic education, primary education, and particularly put a particular emphasis on learning and the funding of technical and vocational training, since in each of our countries we see that we have lost a lot of time in training children on the basis of programs which are not adequate with the labor market. In addition to that, Africans should speak to Africans. Africa should fund itself and fund the education of the children. I'm making a plea, an advocacy, especially that we are talking about education. We're talking about education, we're talking about industrialization as well. So the times are very difficult and serious. We are facing also the population growth. So it is urgent for the Pan-African Parliament not only dwells on model laws, but that our Committee on Education be enhanced together with the Committee on Human Rights, because when you see those issues of early marriage, when you see this issue of malnutrition, when you look at the issues of those children rights which are violated, and if we still go on this path, we will face problems. We parliamentarians should be able to go to the regional parliaments and our national parliaments in Benin. In Benin, we have started by funding and adopting a program for girls' education, and girls from grade 5 benefit from 10,000 CFA francs, and we targeted also vulnerable or poor girls who benefit from 12,000 francs with a school kit. So, because it is through this cross-cutting approach that we'll be able to sort out this problem of malnutrition and also make sure that we keep the children in schools where programs are implemented like ours. We see that the school rate and the maintaining of children in school has increased. This is why, Madam President, while reiterating my congratulations, I would like us to have a program on enhancing education without forgetting the harmonization of this education system in order to allow the children who have studied in North Africa could come and work in West Africa, in South Africa, because the stakes or the challenges are worth it. Thank you, Honourable Member, Mr. Fagnon, for this very interesting statement. And I would like to invite Madam Elizabeth Masuku, Honourable Elizabeth Masuku from Kenya, Zimbabwe. Sorry, my apologies.
Madam President, and congratulations to you. Madam President, educating a girl child is to educate the world. Zimbabwe has made a significant strides in promoting girls and women's education despite facing challenges. The government has implemented policies to ensure equal access to education. Education Amendment Act of 2020 protects the right to education for girls and children by making education free, compulsory, and disallowing discrimination based on pregnancy. Madam President, however, girls still face barriers, particularly in secondary schools. Factors like poverty, family pressure, gender-based violence, early marriage, and adequate sanitation contribute to girls dropping out. To address these issues, initiatives like the Supporting Adolescent Girls Education project have been launched, has supported over 13,400 out of school, helping them to improve learning outcomes. In Zimbabwe, we have vocational training program. We also have BEAM program that help those who does not have money to go to school. Madam President, overall, Zimbabwe is making progress, but continued efforts are needed to address these issues surrounding girls' education. Madam President, empowering women in Africa through education has helped some countries increase and sustain economic growth, which leads to improved living standards. Without education, girls and women have fewer opportunities and legal access to means of production and cannot financially provide for themselves and their families. It is important for us to educate women and girls for the good of our Africa. Let's also increase funding for education in Africa through our respective countries. I thank you, Madam President.
شكرا سيدنا النائب.
I thank you, Honorable Member, and give the floor now to Honorable Member Esther Motoni Basari, Kenya.
Giving me this opportunity to contribute to the report of the workshop with the International Center for Girls and Women Education in Africa. Madam President, you know, during the pandemic, 300,000 young girls in Kenya, aged between 10 and 18, were impregnated. They were at home. They were not in school. And having been impregnated, we know that most of them, it was defilement. We talk about the girl child, but I wonder, does the government, have the understanding that those 300,000 girls and the many that year in, year out are getting defiled, getting pregnant, going back to school, some of them, we have programs that try and get the girls back into school. What exactly happens to this young girl whose life was taken away? What is going on with our men? What is happening that a father or an uncle or a neighbor can climb on a 10-year-old girl and defile her, impregnate her, and the system protects him rather than that young girl. So when we're talking about educating this young girl, we cannot educate her if we cannot protect her. It starts with protection. Protection in the household. They say that over 80% of defilement cases or rape cases are from somebody that is known or a family member or a neighbor. Right now, we're dealing with femicide across the continent. Men are waking up and killing their partners in very brutal ways. So when we look at education, we're also thinking, when we're educating these girls, what are we educating them to be? Are we educating them to become doctors, to become scientists, to become drivers, to become plumbers, to join the army, to join the police force? And when we give them that education, eventually, are we going to have the jobs for them? It looks like right now, we have no jobs in Africa. We're struggling to provide employment for our citizens. In fact, we're actually looking for employment in foreign countries, abroad, in European countries, in America, in Asia. We're looking for jobs for our people outside of the continent. So for me, education cannot be looked at in isolation. We have to have a holistic approach on the population of Africa and how are we going to make sure that every family is able to sustain itself. It's able to get good shelter, is able to have access to universal health care, is able to have food, it's able to have education, and then it's able to have employment. We know that there are many, many families. Suicide, mental health has become rampant in Africa. So when I look at education, I hear people say that we have focused so much on the girl child that now the girl child cannot even find herself a husband because she's overeducated. She doesn't know how to be submissive. Should we talk about education of the girls without talking about education of the boys so that the boys know that we're equal partners? You know, we come into this world and we can work together and live together and grow together. So I look at the report and I feel that we need to make sure that we focus on the girl and the woman because they're still very marginalized in the continent of Africa. But at the same time, we also have to have some emphasis and focus on the boy child and the men because something is amiss in the continent of Africa. Patriarchy feels that it should dominate a woman or a child to the point of abuse and to the point of killing. So how do we get the he for she's to get stronger? I was so proud of hearing the speaker before passionately speaking about the girl child and passionately speaking about how she should be protected. It's fantastic when women stand up and say it, but it's even more fantastic when men stand up and say the rights of the girl. And the rights of the girl and the women need the men to stand up and speak for us. When you look at wars, women are abused, women are raped by officers who are supposed to uphold the law, safeguard the law. So I wonder what is going on to the fabric of the African man. Is the African man who is sitting in this room, is the African man who's watching this on social media aware of the fact that he's the protector of the home? He is the one who is supposed to protect the wife and the children, not better and kill and defile. If we want to educate the woman, we cannot achieve anything by educating her if we don't get a buy-in from the men as to why we want to educate the woman. Of course, sanitary towels was a big problem where women were not going into schools. I'm proud that our own country provides sanitary towels, but we're not able to provide it for all the children. Why? Because of budgetary constraints. So every challenge that we have in the continent of Africa can be met and overcome by corruption being decisively dealt with. As leaders, what is the point of amassing the amount of wealth that you amass when all the people that have trusted you to lead them are suffering and anguishing in poverty? Corruption, corruption, corruption is what is making Africa go down. We cannot expect the taxes of the West to come and solve our many resources when our own resources are being plundered and then taken into accounts in the West. We need to have an inner reflection on what exactly do we want to achieve as Africans. Are Africans people of dignity? We stand up and say, we are so dignified. You know, we don't want our children to have family planning commodities at a young age, but yet we defile them and we make them pregnant and we pay the courts and the police and we get away with it. You know, so I'm asking, are we honest? Is the African man somebody that can stand up with stature in his garments, you know, and say, we are the ones that hold the solutions for the world. We are so religious. We condemn what we feel is wrong in the West. You know, I see a lot of African countries condemning the LGBTQI and saying that is wrong, that is sinful. But my goodness, the things that we do in our backyards are worse. You know, that is not the biggest problem. I think the biggest problem we have is being honest and true to ourselves, being honest and true to what is right. And sometimes some of the things that we did were barbaric. I mean, I once had a watchman from a community called the Maasai community in Kenya, and he came with a little young girl, and he said that it was his daughter. And then the workers in the quarters said, "Mom, that can't be his daughter. She's screaming every night." So it turned out it was his wife. He was ashamed to say this was his wife because she was a very young girl, right? But the community allows him, a man who cannot even afford the 4 or 5 wives he already has, to take a 10-year-old girl because he is able to give a cow or a goat to the family. Africa needs to have an awakening if we're going to move from what is considered dark to light. We need to come and have an inner reflection, protecting and educating the girl child for what? For who? If we don't change the men, if we don't have a buy-in on the men, from the men, that you are our protectors, and it starts with us making sure that the resources meant to grow, govern, and lead Africa out of darkness are used for that purpose. We cannot squander the resources of our governments, right? Cripple the Pan-African Parliament, and at the same time say that we care about human rights, we care about the girl child, we care about women. Some might even leave this beautiful house, go back home, and the wife gets battered. And because she has to be submissive. We've seen submissive women die because the church and the family said, go back, he's your husband, listen to him. We've had cases where women have been killed. Well, one case of a woman who had her hands chopped by her husband, but everybody told her, go back. She was educated, but the community and the customs and the religion told her, go back and be a good wife. And she came out of there without her hands because she was following what the community said. So as Africans, I feel let's have an inner reflection. And that inner reflection comes not from religion, but from heightened spirituality, where you connect with the God that is in you for the good, not only of yourself, but the good of those around you, your communities, your country, and spread it to the continent of Africa. The education of the girl child and the women starts with educating the men and the boy child so that we can all live in harmony. And the stopping of corruption means that we can create more jobs, and the accepting that resources are limited and we need a population control will make sure that we can always plan for the next population with the resources that we have in our banks and in our storage, because we have invested heavily in the continent of Africa. Thank you.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقر. نرى أن من عن طريقة التدخل أن النائب الموقرة مهم.
Thank you. She has spoken about his issue. She took a little bit longer. We still have I don't want to limit the speaking time for the honorables, but I want them to be to the point and summarize their comments. And it's not necessary to repeat what's been said already. The floor goes to Honorable Benedia Kiamina Menejazia. I'm told that she's not there. She will give the floor to Jennifer. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you for our colleague from Kenya. She spoke about everything that needed to be said on a topic. And this touches me very much. Africa, peoples of Africa can only make progress through
تربوية معينة، هكذا نستطيع أن نتقدم. سيد الرئيسة، في الصفحة رقم 9 في هذه المداخلة موجود كل من شارك في هذا المؤتمر، وأنا من تونس وأقول لماذا لم يكن هناك خبراء من تونس؟ تونس بلد التعليم والتربية، تونس رائدة في مجال التعليم والتربية. نحن في تونس لدينا ثروات طبيعية، لدينا ثروات بشرية. هنا أطالب اللجنة وكل اللجان
English, please.
Yes, I would like to request, is it coming through now? So there is a request for English translation. So I was saying why the Tunisians have been excluded on sideline while we are leading in the field of education. And the first president we had, the first president of Tunisia, and half of the government is represented by women in Tunisia. And the problem of Africa is always trying to bring experts who are not really competent. And whenever the issue is about education, it is necessary to invite those who are competent in this field. And Tunisia is very competent in the field of vocational training and education and agriculture. This is why all European countries call for Tunisian manpower. So Africa will only progress or achieve progress on counting on its own daughters and sons. So I would like to request this committee to choose the leading country in this field, and also that the committee be able to pay field visits in order to see the weak and positive points in this country, and get then a realistic report, a faithful report. So we in the Pan-African Parliament should prepare a draft model law, and also model laws in our national parliaments in order for us to be really representing our peoples and be closer to our peoples. Thank you.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقر. كلمة.
I thank you, Honourable Member, and give the floor now to Honourable Member Sheikh Johnson Mugatana. I do apologize if I have misspelled or mispronounced your name. Kenya.
Kunipatia nafasi.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity. we've had presidents who have female presidents. We have had female prime ministers, and they have been good role models in giving hope, in giving a girl child hope. And right now,
Thank you.
Yes, please, you can proceed. I was saying, Madam President, that in Africa, we've had so many presidents, and we've had female prime ministers in Africa. And today I'm standing here to say that this committee that has presented to us this report would have put an effort on the idea of looking for these female leaders like Joyce Banda and the current ones like the Honorable Samia Suluhu from Tanzania, Honorable Zaidi Wok from Ethiopia, the presidents that we respect a lot and that they've done quite a lot for Africa. Madam President, I remember the time when we heard about Salif Johnson being elected. We in Kenya were so excited because we've never had in Kenya a female president who would lead in Kenya, although we have an advanced democracy. Right now, we would like to say that we have a president the president of the Supreme Court, who is a lady. I'm saying this because these presidents and all these leaders, they give hope to the female, to the girl child. The girl child in the African continent, in her efforts and education, can be able to achieve leadership or assume leadership roles. As I see it, Madam President, if possible, we need to have a task force here for these ladies, for these female leaders, that they should be recognized and that they should be champions for education, and they should oscillate and from Addis Ababa to the south. And they should be a role model to the female, to the girl child, and be able to bring development in Africa, even in this African, in PAP. We've had a female leader as our president, and yourself, you are leading us, and we are so proud of you. And therefore we are saying that we have girls in Kenya, in North Africa, in Southern Africa, in Northern Africa, whom, when they see these female leaders, they can put their effort and work very hard to be like them. And so this idea, if we could follow it up, if we could pursue it, it could really help the girl child of the African continent. And also the boy child would also emulate the same. Thank you so much, Madam President.
I thank you. And I would like to invite Honorable Ginasi Damas Kimani. You have the floor. Thank you.
Asante sana.
Thank you, Chair. I want to contribute to this very important topic. Let me first of all congratulate you for being elected as our first Vice President, but also let me also congratulate Chief Fortune Charumbira for leading us very well in this Parliament. Madam Vice President, let me also thank our committee for the report presented here, and also the AU. We want to talk about the education as a key for success and development on our continent. But also, let me also thank PAP for centralizing this debate to talk about girl-child education. Madam President, those who spoke before me have talked about the importance of educating girl child. There's an African saying that if you educate a girl child, you have educated the whole society. Madam President, I come from a country where our president is female and the speaker is female as well. And also the speaker is the president for the parliaments of the world, and they're working together. And this is very important, that we need to look to educate the girl child. We know that there are challenges in educating a girl child, and our continent has traditions and cultures that are a challenge. That the girl child is not able to receive education. And also there's an issue of daily household chores while boys go to school and the child remain at home. These are cultures and traditions that are bringing down the girl child. I agree with the 4 resolutions in our committee that the principle, there's an issue that we don't talk about, and they have a huge impact on the girl child, and they should be centered in our discussion. I'm not so sure that we're not talking about this, and that it is important that we talk about the issue of menstruation. Madam Vice President, the statistics show that many African countries, and let me thank first of all many African countries to remove taxation on the pads, that a huge percentage of the girl child in the villages cannot afford these pads, and when they're in their menstruation day, they remain at home. And so statistics show that the girl child misses school between 1 and 100 days while the boy child is at school. When she goes back to school, she is supposed to catch up with the boy child who has never missed school. So, Madam Vice President, this is a discussion that is quite important to us. A year has 365 days. If a child can only attend school for only 100 days and the boy child goes to school for the whole days, then it is a problem. It is an impediment, and it's something that we need to talk about. In as much as the government has tried to remove taxes, and if statistics shows that 65% of the girl child cannot afford the sanitary pad, then if we see that there's need to help a girl child so that they go hand in hand with the boy child in matters education, then it is important that our governments invest, first of all, in distributing reusable sanitary pads, and also to remove tax and all the costs for the sanitary pads, so to enable the girl child to go to school as much as the boy child. Madam Vice President, we all believe and know that statistics, children between 10 and 15 years have been reported in major media outlets that were forced to engage in prostitution to go and in order to get the sanitary pads. These are kids below 18 years. So we as Africa, if we really want to bring equality and equity in education, this is a very important narrative. And we as Africa, we need to have the resolution number 5 that we sensitize our countries, we remove.
Please, Honorable, could you be brief? Thank you. Could you be brief? You're kindly. We have time constraints. We have time. Can you shorten your intervention, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. I support everything that our support. I just want to add on the resolution number 5 that our countries need to freely distribute the sanitary pads so that they have equal days with the boys as they go to school so that we are able to achieve our objective. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
I thank you, Madam Honourable Member. I would like to invite now Honourable Member from Equatorial Guinea, Saturnino, Esson. I do apologize for mispronouncing your name, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, please. Honourable Member from Equatorial Guinea. Would like to apologize once again for mispronouncing your name. Thank you.
Vicepresidenta, buenos días a todos.
I'd like to also congratulate the Vice President for her election. We are very happy to have her today among us. Congratulate the comrade, the colleague for the report presented. I'd like to say that we recognize that the theme of education is really a real issue in a lot of countries of our continent, especially for the young girls, the girl children. It's not only for the very young ones, but also, as the colleague from Kenya said, it's a general problem for children, girl children and boys. In many countries, there's still a lot of problems for children to be sent to school. For a family that has 5 children or more, very often they are forced to send only one child to school because the funds that they have available are not sufficient. And the others will be working around the family activities, including farming. So this should not continue. It's not normal. We need to rethink our educational system so that all the children do go to school. We may not have armaments or roads or any infrastructure, but the education should not lack as far as our children are concerned. So I'm here as an MP of PAP. For Equatorial Guinea, fortunately, we were able to manage a lot of these issues. We don't have a lot of children that are in this situation. Education is free from preschool, primary school, on to high school. Even the university is free. But we have a problem that we did not have before. And this is that the children, the very young ones, do no longer speak our African languages because from a young age they are spoken to in French or in Spanish. And also when they go to school, around 8 to 10 years, there are no efforts that are made for them to learn our African languages. Because of that, I urge you, all of you, to continue to fight for the education of our children. I thank you.
I thank you, honourable member, and now would like to invite Honourable Moussa Sow from Mauritania.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. Since it's the first time that I take the floor, I also thank you and congratulate you for your brilliant election. Madam President, I'll be very short. I'd like to ask a question to Honorable who presented the report. I'd like to know how the countries are selected to participate in the formation of the Center for Girls and Women, and also who funds this center. There may be a lot of centers of a professional training of this kind. So what is the situation today? Because I see that the seminar was organized already. We are told that the center is in Burkina Faso. With regards to the political situation in Burkina Faso, how does this center function and work today? What is its effectiveness? I also thank the colleague from Kenya who talked about the consequences. I think the training should not only be given to the girls, as pointed out earlier. If you leave out the boys, you will have some imbalance. So a figure was mentioned of 300,000 girls that were impregnated. One would wonder whether it's COVID that did this, which I don't think. It's rather, I think, a matter of education. So we need to rethink this issue profoundly, because I think we should try and avoid. These are issues that for us, I'd like for us to be specific on. Also, we have countries that are culturally different, and as regards education, we need to take into account this factor. In some countries, we don't have sound anymore. This needs to be taken into account, including the role the PAP, which is a consultative organ, can play in legislating around all these issues that pertain to education. Thank you.
I thank you, honourable member, and give the floor now to Honourable Theonis from Tanzania. You have the floor, sir.
I thank you, Chair. Let me support many speakers who have congratulated you. This is the we want increased participation of women, visibility of the girl child. And so your success is our pride as the Women Caucus in Parliament. I really don't want to repeat what has been said, but I want to give a summary. First of all, let me congratulate the committee that presented this debate. My question is, if you look at many countries, since independence, many countries are 70 years old since independence, meaning that we have 70 years of independence, and many of our countries, other countries, 63, 65. But till now, we are talking about women being sidelined in matters to do with education. This is a very disheartening issue. Let me talk about the challenges facing the girl child from the early marriages, but also the issues of being sidelined in matters to do with education. It is our governments largely are not giving priority to girl child education, and that is what I want to emphasize. One, if you look at the government like Tanzania, one of the issues that we brought here is this issue of education. It is a recommendation to PAP that we should come up with proposals that there must be compulsory education to all countries, to all children, and not just the girl child. Because it looks like in the recent years, many countries, including my country, have done a huge campaign for girl child education, thereby ignoring the boy child. Therefore, there is statistics showing that in some parts of development, the boy child has been neglected. So if we pursue the campaign to educate girl child, we should also remember the boy child. And also we should put in our mind that all children are equal and they should have equal education. So we shall have accommodate all of them. I also propose that we need to come up with a resolution that there must be a compulsory free primary education, but also the secondary education in all countries must be compulsory. If we remove that component of a cost of education, we should consider it for all children, girls and boys. We have cut some. I have come with some strategies. You have talked about how to incorporate vocational training. In our country like Tanzania, we have reviewed our syllabus. For right now, the education in the Tanzanian schools inculcates vocational training. So when a child completes primary education, secondary education is able to go through the vocational training and also secondary education. And so it will mean that those who have attended school, let me also challenge many other MPs in this house that they should take this to Tanzanian the strategy of Tanzania to their countries. Let's also talk about the girl child education, but also let's not just talk about education. There are various careers in our countries. For example, the girl child, the women have occupied so many social science careers, and they have learned so many other things, that the teachers, legislators and all that. But we also want girl child in the science education. If we talk about education, let us filter and let us not look, the women should not just study careers that are social science, all that, but they should advance in their career. Let them be researchers, let them be pilots and all that. Let's also look at the quality education that will help the girl child so that she can be able to advance in her career in the world. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We still have two speakers.
And I would like to ask that we stick to the time.
Give the floor now to Honourable Member Alu Mohammed Ibrahim from Djibouti, please. Good morning to all of you. Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. I wanted also to add my voice to those other honourable members to congratulate you once again for your brilliant election, and may Allah assist you all along your mandate or your term. I would like also to congratulate Chairman Kwaidio, who has presented to us a brilliant report. In Djibouti, my country, The orientation law on the education system is considered as a vanguard because it has rendered education compulsory and free of charge. The Declaration of 1997, which was held by the international community, gives the right to all children in Djibouti to schooling, integrating through that children from refugee families who benefit from free schooling. On the other hand, the school rate for girls has witnessed a very important increase during the last 2 decades, with parity which has been reached in primary school, and it is ever increasing in secondary and intermediary education in rural areas. Actions have been undertaken and reforms have been undertaken, such as the provision of school manuals, uniforms, and also the opening of canteens and the gradual setting up of school transportation, which had an important impact on schooling in general, both for boys and girls, particularly on the education of girls, because educating a girl is educating a whole nation. Thank you. I thank you. I thank you, Madam Honorable Member.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the name. Please go ahead. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the colleagues. Madam President, I would like to congratulate you on your election as a first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. And I would like to state, Madam President, and I would like to say that this is an example that we should follow for the success of education system in an African country that made one of its citizens as a first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. And also other African countries, Madam President, that have members that they represent in this chamber. And this is an evidence that there is a primary core that we can start from to improve this situation, to improve the situation of education and scientific research. Madam President, our environment is similar and our cultures are close. And our strategy to improve the education for girl child and education in general must be from our reality. And here I adopt what has been said by my colleague from Tunisia, that our experts, females and males, must be from this continent, must be from the countries that have succeeded in providing a very good image about education and girl education specifically. The Tunisian girl, for example, receives the same education as the boys. And today we adopt mixed schools, and there are no ratios for acceptance of girls in schools. Every girl wants to learn, should learn, because the law enforces that. Law is compulsory to have compulsory education and free education. In Tunisia today, we find the prime minister and the member of parliament and a doctor, engineer, and in all fields. Madam President, this is an evidence that there are expertise and there is a will in this African continent to improve the education of a girl child and the citizen in general. That's why these are examples that we should follow and must be studied in the African countries. Why do we go to foreign experts? We have success stories in our African countries. And our cultures, as I said, are similar and close. And our environment is exactly the same. So we all suffer from poverty and marginalization. That's why, or therefore, our strategy is an excellent strategy and not a strategy that depends on foreign expertise. Madam President, among the resolutions by the committee to support the campaign, I'm sorry, we don't want it a campaign. We wanted a mentality. This is a mentality entrenched in the minds of our continent citizens. And also for the leaders must invest in the education of women, and they must understand that investment in education of women will have a positive impact on economy, growth, development in our countries. Madam President, it is true that we are learned to be educated, but we also learn to get certificates to access the labor market. And to improve the livelihoods of their families. Therefore, the parents will be convinced about the education of the girl child. In conclusion, Madam President, last point, dear colleagues, setting up a strategy to support the education of a girl child is an important thing, but we must put a very well-drafted strategy to combat the dropout, and this is a huge scourge of that's suffered by our schools, and it contributes in destroying the education system. And I would like to express the solidarity with Kenyan women, and I would like to say that in Tunisia we have been suffering the same thing, but the power of law and enacting laws empowered us to protect women. In conclusion, I would like to salute from the Pan-African Parliament and from all Pan-African Parliament members to the girls of Gaza and Lebanon, whose schools have been destroyed and their books have been also destroyed, and also their stories and images, and they found themselves without schools, without houses, without educators. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. I now give the last intervention to Honorable Hussein Mohammed Ali from Djibouti.
I thank you, Madam First Vice President. I do add my voice also to other honorable members on the occasion of being elected as First Vice President, and also commend those parliamentarian women who are occupying high positions. I'm the last speaker, and I would like to raise the issue of schooled girls and also congratulate the chairman for his brilliant presentation. I wanted to touch upon, as concerns your presentation, Mr. Chairman, you said that there was a first phase of the campaign Educate Her, and I would like to know about the benefits and the goals of the first phase and whether they have been reached. And if I note some figures, the population, the sub-Saharan population in sub-Saharan Africa has dropped. It was 44% in 2000, and now it has reached 29%. As concerns these figures, has there been, as in phase one, are these figures lower now in phase two than in phase one? Now, for the campaign, I would like to ask you the question: what are the most important trends that have characterized this campaign? Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the floor to the chairperson of the committee to respond to some questions of honorable members. Please take the floor.
Merci beaucoup. I thank you very much, honorable members, for the interest that you have granted to the issue of education on our continent. Thank you. I have noted that several comments are overlapping, and I will try to make a summary of the concerns that have been expressed and see how we can come to summarize all these concerns. Honorable Fagnon has made a contribution and an advocacy on education, on the education of our children. He has first put an emphasis on the conflicts, because whenever there are conflicts in our country, it's difficult to educate adequately our children because there are a displacement of the populations, and the children are the first victims. And also, when we try to provide security to them, their education poses a problem. So the issue which you have referred to in some of our countries is quite concerning. And I think, as we are saying, and another honorable has asked the question, and the center is based in Burkina Faso, and during the workshop, they have described how they've been able to manage and try to stabilize the displaced children who have been victims of the conflicts. This is a concern of our countries. And in countries that are facing conflicts, we must work in order to put an end to the conflicts in the countries, because I think this is the only solution in order for us to be able to ensure a good quality education for our children over the continent. You have also made an advocacy in order to have an enhancement in our governments in order to allow education for children to be comprehensive and of a good quality. We can only speak of education if the infrastructures that are provided are strong. And also, if we have at the level of education competent teachers. So your advocacy has been well noted, and each one of us must fight in his or her own parliament in order to increase the budget for education, in order for the goals which are work for be achieved, and so that all children can have access to knowledge and to employment. Honorable Elizabeth Masuko has touched upon the obstacles for child girls during their education, and we're speaking about obstacles. We refer to pregnancy in schools, or early education, or genital mutilation, which prevents girls from going to school. And she also made a contribution by giving an example of Zimbabwe, the efforts that are being made by the government of Zimbabwe so that child girls can have access to education and also to vocational training. I think that this is a good example. I think that in several countries, we have Tunisia, which has developed here all the expertise which I refer to the expertise, their expertise, and all these countries should combine efforts in order to educate adequately children so that we can achieve the development goals which we have set ourselves. Honorable Esther from Kenya has touched upon the protection of girls. This is also very important. This is true, as she said, that it is important to get concerned about the education of our children, particularly child girls. But we must first protect them, because if we do not protect them, then it is useless to send them there to schools, because they will not attain the goals that we have set ourselves. We agree with the brainstorming that you have referred to. You have given a very good example. The issue of pregnancy during the COVID-19, and the situation of our young girls in terms of pregnancy, whether in the school environment or through forced marriage, is a concerning issue in our continent. And I would like us, as members of PAP, in our respective countries, see to it that these difficulties be overcome. Because if we do not succeed to set up a system for a follow-up of our girls, we will not attain the objectives that we have set ourselves, because it is important to educate all our girls and all our children, but the objective is for them to get as far as possible, because the development of Africa goes through development of expertise at the highest level. So we do not have that to say that now that I'm expressing myself in the foreign languages, I will be competent. But we have to develop skills for girls and girls in order to get a prosperous and developed Africa. Our sister from Tunisia, she spoke about the same facts, that is local expertise, by taking the example of the development of agriculture in Tunisia and the whole agricultural technology of which the Tunisian institutes have a good command, which allow to have a higher crops. I think that you are right. A priori, we must have contacts among the countries of the South. If we do not have a local expertise, it is there that we will go and look for new skills or expertise. But we have a tendency, whenever there is a need, to call for foreign experts. This is due to the fact that funding in our countries are provided by these countries, and very often, whenever a Western country provides you with a fund, they always try to monitor the way their funds are used. So they try to know how the funds are used. For example, in the field of education, when you ask for funds or equipments for a country which provides them to you, it is quite normal. Whenever the country provides the equipment, it is quite normal that the country sends experts to train our local technicians. But also, very often, they remain in the country for a monitoring and a follow-up, which is part of the negotiations which are carried out by our countries. So we must claim our autonomy and independence in some fields. Honorable Tamani from Tanzania, sorry. from Tanzania. Indeed, education has an impact on the development of our countries, and we must invest in education. And one of our colleagues has underlined it. There is no use in building roads if our youth is not trained. So girls' education, but also young boys, should be the priority of our governments, and we should work hand in hand in our respective countries so that budgets allotted to education be quite high. All the problems that we are facing similar problems, apart from some countries which are well advanced in the field of education for all, but most African countries face the same problems. So there was a proposal among the MPs so that the committee be set up in order to work on these issues and see to it that we can impose it on the African Union, a kind of model law in order to demand that the implementation of these rules in terms of increasing the budget and also the setting up of adequate infrastructure and training for teachers for an effective and prosperous education and allow our countries to develop, and we should be able to work in order to attain this objective. Honorable, the names are not clear, and sometimes the interpreters have difficulty in pronouncing some names, or the intervention from Equatorial Guinea. You have referred to the case of Equatorial Guinea, which was very interesting, where education is compulsory, and you have taken all the provisions in order to allow all the children to be adequately educated, and they are taken care of by the government from the primary to the university, because very often what we observe is that education, basic education is taken care of, but when they reach secondary education, parents face problems, and the fees, registration fees, become higher, and our government do not step in, and so those children do not have the same chance in order to develop their potential. So the case of Equatorial Guinea is very inspiring, and we must all work together in our respective countries in order to attain the education level as described by our colleague from Equatorial Guinea. Honorable Musa from Mauritania, indeed, you have asked how countries are selected for the training of child girls in the center. This center, in fact, is an institute for the promotion of girls' education. It's not an institute as a training institute as such. Its role first is to identify the difficulties in our various countries and see to it that they are lifted in order for young girls to go to school. This center is based in Ouaga, and it works in various countries. It organizes missions of experts by this institute in order to evaluate the education system in our countries. After the evaluation, there are recommendations, and these recommendations are taken into account and followed up by the institute so that the shortcomings be corrected in order to attain the objective that is set at the level of the continent by the African Union through this CFA Center. So this is how the institute operates. Its headquarters is in Ouagadougou. It is true that there are difficulties now in Ouagadougou, in Burkina Faso, but in Ouaga there is some stability, and what they have described translate the importance of the institute is that following the difficulties in Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, the Institute tries to move the children and allow these children to have access to education. So here is the role of this institute. I don't know whether I have responded adequately to your question. So here is the situation. Honorable Madam Kionas from Tanzania, I do apologize if I have mispronounced your name. Indeed, you touched upon the quality of education among the youth. And I hope that I have not skipped, and your colleague has placed an emphasis on the difficulties faced by women at a certain point in time of their cycle in the month. This is not a difficulty which is not taken into account in our countries, as you said. And the tools, these instruments or tools, should be provided with our young girls to allow them to protect themselves in order not to miss their classes. We as parliamentarians, it is true that we're speaking about this, but in our countries it's not a real concern. So it should be considered a priority in please, Mr. Chairman, could you please shorten your response? So, since we do not have enough time, there is a cross-cutting of the questions. Honorable Atu from Djibouti, thank you very much. Thank you for the example that you have given, which is also quite important, where the efforts of the government are important.
The last colleague from Tunisia who reacted on this, I think, is the same concern. First of all, we should use a local expertise before we look outside the continent, that is, because Tunisia has a lot of experts who can support the countries that don't have the same level as Mauritania. Honorable Hussein from Djibouti, your concern is around the impact of phase 1 and phase 2. Of course, there are always difficulties, and the project the Educate project is a very important one for us to focus on the girls' education. But after COVID, the African Union realized that there was a drop in the trend. So we needed to campaign again so that girl children who are in school do not stop, but rather continue with their schooling as per the Dakar Declaration, so that our girls continue their studies up to the end. Honorable MPs from the PAP, I thank you very much for this opportunity. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President, I think I'm going to stop here. I tried to answer the questions from our colleagues, and I thank you all for all the time that you gave our commission for us to talk about education in Africa. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, honorables. I think that we are all aware of the importance of education, which is a crucial topic for our continent, and that should be concentrated on. So you cannot conceive of any stability of our continent without quality education at all levels, from the preschool education up to the tertiary education, including the professional education. I think this theme is a very important one indeed for every one of us. So now I'd like to request that our colleagues adopt the report of the Education Commission, which is an important report that has just been presented by the Commission. And once again, thank the Vice President and the members. Can we adopt the report now? Thank you very much, colleagues. So the report is thus adopted, and I give the floor to the clerk now for the rest of our proceedings.
d'accord. بقية
I think we still have two reports, I think. So we're going to adjourn, take a break, and come back after an hour and 15 minutes. Thank you, colleagues.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السادة النواب.
Good afternoon, honorables. We're going to resume our proceedings. Madam Clerk, please take the floor to present the order of the day for the afternoon. The agenda of this afternoon has the presentation and debate on the joint report fostering an Africa fit for children. This presentation will be done by the Vice Chair of the Health Committee. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I invite His Excellency, Honorable Mohammed Said, for his presentation. Of the report. Thank you.
يبدو أن النائب الموقر ليس موجود.
Apparently, the MP is not in the room, so we're going to go to the next point. Mr. Clerk, you have the floor. The second presentation is on the report on the summit and the future of AU 2024, a presentation to be made by the chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution.
شكرا سيد الأمين. نعم.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I invite Dr. Sharif Al-Gabali to take the floor for his presentation. Is he in the room? There's a presentation that was meant for tomorrow, which is ready, on the report on the advocacy mission in Côte d'Ivoire in favor of the ratification of the protocol on the rights of aged people, people with disabilities. The chairperson of that committee is in the room already. Thank you very much. I then invite the chairperson of the committee to take the floor and make that presentation. We're sorry, the MPs that we mentioned are not there. I give the floor to Madam Chair, Madam the President. Thank you, Madam President, Excellency, very honorable Vice President of the PAP, honorable members of the PAP, I have the privilege to present the report of the advocacy mission done by Gender Commission in Côte d'Ivoire. Before I summarize the report, please allow me, Madam President, to make a few remarks. Madam President, in the name of the Commission of the gender equality, and in my own name, I'd like to congratulate you for your brilliant election as the first vice president of the PAP, and assure you of the unconditional support that we'll be giving you in your work. I'd like to also congratulate the Northern Caucus, who have allowed us to ensure a gender balance. Finally, I congratulate all my colleagues for their patience in this entire process, where we have ensured the legitimacy. Bravo donc to all of you, Madam Chair, Madam President. The mission that I laid and whose report I'm going to read was the first for the committee. The first factor of success was the methodology that we used, which was based on 3 pillars, not limiting the advocacy on the elements of the Commission, but to extend it to the functioning of the PAP. This is why we included the protocol of PAP, as well as advocacy around finance, so that the representative of the Côte d'Ivoire in F15 and is a second factor going beyond the executive. We have made the members of the legislative, the members of the Senate and the National Assembly to facilitate the ratification. And the third factor, as representatives of the African peoples, it was important for us to meet with the civil society and inform them of the existence of the PAP. After the methodology, the second success factor was the participation of all the PAP members of the host country, which is Côte d'Ivoire. Finally, I'd like to thank all the members of the delegation who allowed for this mission to be a success. I include the Madam Clerk and the Deputy Secretary, Deputy Clerk, and also I thank Madame Mary Bebe for her support. I'm going to now read the summary of this report, and also on the social protection and social security of the AU mission, which was held from the 16th to the 18th in October 2024 in Abidjan. The mandate of the PAP is defined by Article 17 of the Constitutive Act, Articles 11, paragraphs 3, 7, and 9 of the Protocol to the Treaty instituting the EU, as well as Article 4, paragraph 4D, confer on it the mission of implementing the missions of the EU, as well as the coordination and the harmonization of laws and policies of member countries. In this regard, the members of the Standing Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disabilities undertook a mission from the 16th to the 18th October in Côte d'Ivoire in order to promote the protocol around this mission and the integration of this in the national laws. In particular, we had in mind aged people living with disabilities, as well as people needing social security. The delegation includes Mariel Dao Gabala, Honorable Khadija, Vice President, Morocco, Honorable Rachel Yassin Lali, Rapporteur from the Central African Republic, and Honorable Fatuma Tanje, an MP from Gambia. They were accompanied by members of the Ivorian MPs of PAP, including Honorable Traore, Senator Kwadio Kwaku-Bertin, as well as Honorable Lazar Yao. The mission was supported by a team from the PAP Secretariat, led by the Deputy Clerk in charge of Legislative Affairs and Conferences, as well as the technical staff of the Senate of Cote d'Ivoire. Under the auspices of the chairperson of the Commission, the delegation met with the President of the Senate, the National Assembly, the ministers in charge of women, solidarity, and national cohesion, ministers of foreign affairs, ministers of budget, as well as the representative of the AU, as well as the civil society organizations. These various meetings allowed us to exchange experiences and talk about the benefits of the ratification that will guarantee these initiatives. The meeting with the minister in charge of women, family, and children. The first meeting was held with her. During this inaugural meeting, we spoke about the groups, vulnerable groups, as well as children that are concerned by this initiative. We stressed the necessity for the support of Cote d'Ivoire and other member countries of the African Union. The delegation shared the details of the recent workshops organized by the Continental Legislation on the strengthening of family values to improve the socio-economic security. This allowed us to strengthen the capacity of MPs to follow up the implementation of the programs of the AU pertaining to the welfare of the family. The minister recognized that we still have efforts to make and saluted the model law on equality and equity between genders. She committed to look into the legal framework submitted to her and to make comments in the name of the government of Cote d'Ivoire. Madam the Minister congratulated the governments of Uganda and Chad, who elevated the ministers of women at the rank of the state ministress, and also for placing for taking the measures to ensure the representation of women up to 30%. The meeting finished with a commitment by the two parties towards the support of the family and taking all the initiatives, in particular, in the face of the numerous challenges. Meeting with the very honorable Ganja Kamara, chairperson of the Senate, the audience with her. The National Council of Human Rights of Cote d'Ivoire, the report of CNDH stressed the significant progress around various categories of human rights, including civil rights, political rights, and as well as cultural rights. After the welcome to our delegation, Madame Daouda, chairperson of the Commission, took the floor to share the objective of the mission. At the beginning, the chairperson of the committee expressed her gratitude to the Ivorian Senate for their commitment for justice, equality, and equity. She stressed the importance of the mission, especially for the protocol on the human rights of aged people had just a few ratifications, while the one on the people living with disabilities had only 15 ratifications. The AU Protocol on the Social Protection and the Social Protection has not yet been ratified by any member state. She also explained the importance of the ratification of this protocol. The chairperson of the Senate of Cote d'Ivoire stressed the commitment of the PAP to improve the living conditions of the most vulnerable people in Africa. She declared that the role of PAP within the AU as a representative of the AU allowed them to defend the rights of all the Africans by making sure that I'm encouraged by the measures to promote the protocol to protect the aged people, the people living with abilities, as well as women and girls. The Ivorian Senate commits itself to support the process of ratification of the protocol and congratulated, was happy to involve the ministry, the civil society organizations to mobilize the partners. In addition, the chairperson of the Senate stressed the crucial role of PAP in implementation the program of the AU, as well as the harmonization of the laws between the member countries. The audience with Honorable Konate Sidiki, the president of the National Assembly, was away innovation. The delegation was received by the vice president of the National Assembly, who was accompanied by many chairpersons of standing committees. They welcomed warmly the delegation of PAP. This meeting was preceded by constructive exchanges between the delegation and the president of the Senate, stressing the unity and the determination of the two houses of the Ivorian Parliament to promote development and the welfare of the African populations. Meeting with the representatives of the Minister for National Cohesion and Solidarity, the delegation of PAP was warmly welcomed by the representative of the Minister of National Cohesion, Solidarity, and the fight against poverty. The chairperson of the committee took the floor and spoke about the promotion of the effective ratification of the protocol for aged people living with disabilities, in order to eliminate the barriers to inclusion and to promote their participation in the society. Also, there's the protocol on the social protection and on the social security that has the objective of strengthening the safety net for the most vulnerable. The representatives of the ministry reiterated their commitment and indicated their will to strengthen the synergy between the various stakeholders to promote the equality of rights. They also mentioned the effort already undertaken by the Ivorian government to improve living conditions, while recognizing that much work remains to meet AU objectives and respond to citizens' aspirations. Meeting with representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, having gone for a mission, the delegates were received by the official in charge of diplomacy in Cote d'Ivoire. The mission was led by Ambassador Yapi Kofi Everest. The delegation of PAP articulated clearly the purpose of the meeting, which was part of an advocacy mission led by PAP's Gender Equality Commission, aiming to promote the ratification and the incorporation of the AU protocols, in particular those related to vulnerable population. During the meeting, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs received a comprehensive update on the progress of the Malabo Protocol, a key document that Côte d'Ivoire has not yet ratified. In parallel, the delegation used the opportunity to address other critically important protocols, such as those concerning the rights of the elderly and persons with disabilities, as well as that on social protection and social security, all pending ratification in Côte d'Ivoire. The representative of the minister acknowledged the urgency of accelerating the ratification process of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union, also known as the Malabo Protocol. He expressed his commitment to taking the necessary measures for Côte d'Ivoire to fully honor its commitments, thus contributing to the consolidation of the human rights and regional integration on the African continent. Audience with His Excellency, Mr. Adama Coulibaly, Minister of Finance and Budget. The delegation was also received at the Minister of Finance and Budget. The ministry is a key player in Côte d'Ivoire, contributing to the implementation of public policies and improving the population's living standards. In addition to the advocacy initiated by Pan-African parliamentarians for the ratification of several protocols, the discussions with the minister also focused on the need to strengthen PAP's budget. The chairperson of the commission, speaking on behalf of the president of the PAP, urged Côte d'Ivoire to become a spokesperson for the continental institution, advocating for a budget that would enable it to function effectively. The minister assured the delegation of Côte d'Ivoire's intention to ratify these protocols, affirming the country's commitment to the AU. And he also pledged to advocate for an increased budget for PAP through Côte d'Ivoire's ambassador on the committee of COREP and the AU Finance Committee. Meeting with the National Council for Human Rights. Mrs. Namizata Sangare, President of the National Human Rights Council, welcomed the PAP delegation, seeing their presence as an opportunity for the Council to enhance its advocacy for protocol ratification. She emphasized the importance of a robust legal framework to protect vulnerable group rights. Working session with civil society organizations. A key moment of the PAP, delegation's advocacy. The meeting with organizations representing women, persons with disabilities, the elderly, and youth. The meeting served as a platform to present the goals of the PAP mission in Côte d'Ivoire. It also provided an opportunity to discuss critical issues such as the ratification of the protocol on the rights of older people, people with disabilities, and the protocol on social protection and social security, all of which are currently awaiting ratification. By actively involving civil society, EPAP ensures that community perspectives are heard and integrated, reinforcing the legitimacy and effectiveness of public policies. This approach fosters an environment where civil society actors mobilize to defend rights and improve vulnerable populations' living conditions on the continent. Courtesy call on the AU Special Representative in Côte d'Ivoire. The delegation paid a courtesy call to the African Union's liaison office representative in Côte d'Ivoire. The meeting holds significant importance in strengthening diplomatic relations between the AU institutions. It also provided an opportunity to inform the special representative about the advocacy mission led by the PIP's Gender Equality Commission, aiming to encourage the ratification and incorporation of the AU protocols related to the protection of the rights of vulnerable individuals. Recommendations. Following the consultations, the following recommendations were made to the authorities of Côte d'Ivoire to expedite the ratification of protocols and their integration in international legislation, increase awareness and training to educate parliamentarians, officials, and the general public on the rights of vulnerable groups and the importance of these protocols, to facilitate interinstitutional collaboration through cooperative mechanism between relevant ministries and civil society organizations in order to ensure a coordinated implementation of policies and programs for vulnerable populations. And finally, to promote inclusive policies to guarantee equitable access to social services, education, and employment for the elderly, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups. To the Pan-African Parliament, the mission recommends to establish a monitoring and evaluation mechanism through its Gender Equality Commission to assess the impact of measures taken in favor of vulnerable groups, to annually organize the presentation of national reports on the state of human rights by the Commission's councils in order to ensure citizens' concerns are effectively addressed, given PAP's catalytic role between populations and decision makers. To the civil society, to mobilize the stakeholders, mobilized all the groups of defense of human rights to strengthen advocacy for protocol ratification, to develop joint strategies and to make concrete recommendations to the government to promote ratification, the protocol's ratification. A vote of thanks. At the mission's conclusion, delegation, on behalf of the PAP President, His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, expressed deep gratitude to all Ivorian authorities who facilitated their reception and discussions on issues relating to the rights of vulnerable people. The delegation extended special thanks to the President of the Senate, the President and heads of the National Assembly and Assembly's parliamentary committees, as well as all the ministers and their representatives. In conclusion, the advocacy mission led by PAP's Gender Equality Commission in Côte d'Ivoire proved to be a crucial step in promoting vulnerable populations' rights. This initiative raised awareness among institutional and civil society actors about the importance of ratification and incorporating African Union protocols into national laws. The meetings fostered a constructive dialogue on shared challenges facing African states, while recognizing local specificities. The exchange of ideas allowed to come up with strategic priorities adapted to the Ivorian context. This mission also underscored the importance of involving civil society in decision-making processes, an essential aspect to ensuring human rights initiatives' effectiveness. In sum, PAP's advocacy mission not only strengthened the ties between Côte d'Ivoire and the EU, but also paved the way for a coordinated action to support vulnerable populations. The results of this initiative could serve as a foundation for future efforts to enhance human rights protection and to promote a more inclusive and equitable society in Africa. Ratifying these protocols by Côte d'Ivoire could have a significant impact on protecting the rights of the elderly, persons with disabilities, as well as improving social protection systems. This advocacy mission is therefore essential in order to raise awareness among policymakers and the general public. I thank you.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على هذا التقديم.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, pour ce rapport. I thank you for the importance of this report, which stresses the importance of the ratification. In favor of women, people with aged people, and people with disabilities. I have a list of MPs who would like to take the floor or provide information, additional information. And the first would be Honorable Shani Fona. We give him the floor.
Merci. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Gradually, you know how to pronounce the names of each and everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. My first input will have to mention and acknowledge the quality of the woman. As you can see, when Madam Mariam, the committee chair and head of delegation, presented the report, it was beautiful to hear. And it provides us an opportunity to say that if she was not the young, educated girl, she wouldn't have been here. Congratulations, Madam. Madam Chair, Madam President, I can reassure you that this report is not the only report among the best. It shows the vitality of the Pan-African Parliament as a coordination and oversight organ to achieve the objectives of Agenda 2063 through Agenda 2030. The issue of vulnerability through the people living with disabilities and the elderly through the protection, social protection and security social is a vital one. What I'd like to say is that I'd like to recommend that this report should be taken into account to bridge what is expected of the Gender Committee within the framework of the annual work plan, within the framework of performance indicators that is expected of the committee, and within the framework of the strategic plan that was discussed recently. Madam President, it should be recommended that this committee should develop the strategy that is going to enable us to achieve these objectives. The committee would have realized that the Côte d'Ivoire and those from Côte d'Ivoire should be generalized. Why do we have to do this? We know that the organs of the African Union, there is no coordination with our PAP and the PRC. And since the PRC is made up of the F-15, Madam Mariam and his team their work was made easy since she's a member of parliament from Côte d'Ivoire. And this is a strong recommendation it made it easy for the 14 other members of the PRC. So they spoke into the ears of the head of the diplomacy of Cote d'Ivoire, and they spoke into the ears of all the members of the government, and by extension, their ambassadors. And naturally, the ratification of these protocols require that, and that is another proposal I'm making, another recommendation, as a synoptic view per domain or per area, and that is set in the objectives by mentioning the names of countries that have signed but have not yet ratified, and those who have not signed, and perhaps should develop a strategy towards that end. And when we talk about strategy and means of action, we need resources. We have to assess the needs and ensure that in future budgets we could have a better support, because until now, committees have realized or have been complaining that they lack the necessary financial resources. To end, I would like to make a request that there should be a monitoring system to be developed to use the necessary pressure, and this requires that we need a relay organ between the PAP and the African Union. Thank you very much.
شكرا السيد موقر على المداخلة القيمة. الكلمة الآن السيد السيناتور.
Madam Chair, I'm going to give the floor to Senator Mangasana from Kenya. Thank you, Honorable. You have the floor.
Me also give my views about this discussion. Secondly, there is translation. There is translation. I'd like to take this opportunity, President, to thank you for giving me the opportunity to give my views.
Okay, can you please English?
Hello? President, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity so that I can give my thoughts about what we are discussing.
May I take this opportunity to thank you for giving me the chance to take the floor for a few minutes to also give my opinion on the motion before us. Your Excellency, I also want to thank the Honorable Mariam Gabala, the chair, for the wonderful work that she has done in leading this delegation to Côte d'Ivoire. I also want to associate myself, Your Excellency, with the very good contribution from the Honorable Fagnon, who I always like to listen to the words whenever he's contributing, because he is very good at what he does. Your Excellency, I just wanted to make my contribution focused on the protocol on the rights of older persons. in Kenya, Your Excellency, there is a good effort from the current government to make small contributions in terms of cash transfer every month to older people so that they are able to sustain their lifestyle even in the difficulties they go through, which is a commendable effort. But that is as far as it goes. There is a very bad trend that has come up. A lot of older people, especially in the coastal region of our country, Kenya, have suffered discrimination. People have been killing older people on suspicion of being witch doctors and people who practice black magic. In fact, some organizations to protect the rights of older people have come up, and one is being led by a famous old lawyer who is now practicing but mostly retired from the coast. And the reason is that a number of people have been going to these old people's homes. They are normally living alone. And because they are alone, they're unprotected. And they attack them because whenever somebody has died, like in Africa, in where we come from, people have this expression that he just didn't die. Somebody must have done something. And they have been going for these older people, suspecting witchcraft. And they suspect that they practice black magic. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this protocol is a serious matter. Protocol for the protection of the rights of older people is a serious matter. And many times when we speak about these matters of protecting the lesser fortunate in our societies in Africa, we tend to focus on women and children. But I'm glad that today we are speaking about older people. Because older people are really suffering. And I have given an example of what is happening even in my country. It is sad that this protocol has only been ratified by one country, Lesotho. And so we need at least 15 countries for it to have the effect of law. I appreciate the work the chair has done in Côte d'Ivoire. But this report is a challenge to all of us that we need to go back home and sensitize all of us that we need to adapt this protocol as well. The rights of older people in Africa are being threatened. And because we have this as a framework, I think we need to join the committee and the chair in really advocating and pushing our countries as we go home to adopt this particular protocol. And I pray that this will be something that we will take home when we go. We take it as an assignment, and we come back to report the progress we have made. I thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
شكرا السيد
Merci, monsieur le sénateur, pour votre intervention. Et la parole est donnée au représentant du Zimbabwe, monsieur Moussoklo.
يبدو أن
J'ai l'impression que la personne n'est pas là. Donc nous passons maintenant à l'honorable Estelle, l'honorable du Kenya. Pardon si je... Le nom, je ne sais pas, je m'excuse.
Allowing me to contribute to this report. Yeah, it's as Senator Mungatana said, it's a bit sad that only one country has ratified this particular protocol. I mean, old people in our society, they hold our history. And if we cannot look out for them in the future, then Africa will be in a very sorry state. Because right now, we have a bulging youth population. And we feel that, you know, Africa, this is our greatest asset. But where would the youth be if it wasn't for the elderly? It is because of them and the foundations that they've set that the youth are now there. So we have to make sure that we put in the structures to protect the older persons. I mean, it was really sad to know that in Kenya, the oldest woman that was sexually abused was 84 years old. And the reasons why most people go out and abuse old people is because there is this myth that goes out in the communities, especially the young people who go out to conduct robberies, that if you have sex with an elderly person who is not sexually active, then the police will not catch you. It's almost like the time when HIV came and men were raping toddlers and babies because there was this myth that if you rape a child that is not sexually active, then you will be cured of HIV. It shows you how evil the world that we live in is, and it shows you how no matter how many churches and temples and mosques that we build, somehow we're not able to contain the moral fabric of the countries and the continent. It's actually eroding. So Kenya has provisions for elderly persons, but again, you provide an elderly person with money through her smartphone, but then you don't know whether she's the one. If she's on a wheelchair, then maybe it's one of her children who's going to go and withdraw this money. And then you find that we're not making a system that works. So I think we need to actually provide lots of shelters for old people. Old people also need special medication. We need to make sure that these people who've served our countries are not burdened with taxes like land rates for houses that they own. We have to give them that credit. We have to make sure that we provide facilities for them. And, you know, it's like when we have the retirement age at 60 and you've still got elderly people that are useful, I think if we're not going to be able to find a way to incorporate them into our establishments, we're going to lose out as a continent, because the old come with the wisdom. And that was the way Africa was founded. We went to the old people in places that we called barazas, where you would sit and hear the wisdom through stories of the elderly on how they came to be where they are today and foundations that they've set. I mean, I think the old have a lot to offer and we should provide for them. When it comes to persons living with disability, we have to look at the data. I have a feeling that we're not managing disability well because we don't have the data. And it's data that will inform ways in which we deal with persons living with disability. We need to make sure there's no society that neglects its most vulnerable that can actually celebrate success in any form or manner. So the most vulnerable, I had an autistic woman come to me, a mother with an autistic child come to me. She looked much older than me, and yet she was 20 years younger than me. And when I looked at her and I asked her, "What are you seriously the age that you say?" She goes, "Yes. But you know what ages me? I have an autistic child. And I don't know what's going to happen when I die to my autistic child. Sometimes I think I should kill myself and my child because I don't think there's anyone. I've never been able to have a job. I'm always looking for my child." So persons living with disability need special attention. And the only way that we are going to be able to give them that attention is making sure that they become the voice with us. We cannot make decisions on them without them. So we need to involve them and the structures that they have in the civil society to be able to actually provide the services that we need to provide for persons living with disability. It is the only way forward for the African continent is to respect its elderly and know that in another 20, 30 years, we're going to need shelter for our elderly. In all the persons living with disability, we need to make sure we provide for them so that we can actually say that Africa is progressive. Thank you.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقر. الكلمة الآن للنائب الموقر عبد الله إبراهيم جيبوتي، فليتفضل.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on your elections. The advocacy mission on the ratification of protocols on people with disabilities, social protection, and social security is an example of a mission that the various committees have to conduct in various countries. In addition, like one of the, as the adage says, we can only be better served by yourself, or charity begins at home. The 5 regional caucuses of the Pan-African Parliament have to conduct each year an advocacy for the ratification of the reviewed protocol of the Pan-African Parliament of 2014. It is ununderstandable that for 10 years now, the Malabo Protocol have been signed by heads of states in Malabo. Today we are in 2024. So until date, only 15 countries have ratified. In order to speed up this process, regional caucuses and our leaders in each region. So I am proposing that these caucuses should conduct advocacy in the various regions. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. That's a very important input that you've just made, and I'd like to invite the Honorable Chair of the caucus to make remarks and provide answers to the various questions that were put. Honorable Mariam, you have the floor.
Travail remarquable que vous avez effectué lors de cette mission en Côte d'Ivoire.
Mission in Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Madame la Vice.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We heard so many inputs, and I think that the way in which the mission was conducted, when I listened to my colleagues, it should be replicated in other committees. Honorable Fagnon from Benin, thank you very much for your appreciation. The report shows the vitality of the Pan-African Parliament and its role of representing the African peoples. I think when we met the civil society and some ministerial departments, many of them were not informed about, they know what the PAP was all about and what their objectives were. So it was at the same time an awareness-raising mission of what the PAP is all about and the work that they are undertaking. I agree with you with your conclusion that says that all the countries that have representatives in the PRC and the F15 should make an advocacy in their ministries of finance. But at the same time, Honorable, you know that in our countries, everything has to follow protocol. Even if I know the Minister of Finance, they could be my friend. Even if I have a mandate given to me by the PAP, that would be easier. So we have to look at how the Parliament can help the MPs who are represented by the F15, or in the F15. Thank you as well for the advocacy you're making to ensure that the committee has enough financial resources so that we can also set up a monitoring committee within our committee. We are going to do that, and we're giving us the deadline of December. We're to know what this mission has achieved. I would like to thank all those who took part in the mission. You know that we only had $15,000 earmarked for this mission. So the members of parliament that took part in this mission accepted to live to stay in a 2-star hotel where to complete the mission and follow it through. It's true that the committee needs more financial resources to undertake such missions. Now, with regards to what Honorable Mangatana from Kenya said, it is true. We have actually reflected in the committee because what is happening is Kenya also happens in other countries in Africa where the elderly are considered as witches and wizards and people who prevent people from making progress. We also thought about that in our committee, and this is very clear. And that is why, in addition to the protocol, because the protocol only provides a framework, the committee undertakes to develop a model law that will be more specific on the rights of the elderly that need to be respected. We prefer to call them seniors instead of the elderly, because when we say the elderly, it sounds somewhat pejorative. So we that's all to what that's our goal, all of us. I also like to underscore the insecurity that he mentioned. That is why the protocol in itself is not enough. It just simply provides a framework and which states agree. Now you have to go further through the model law that's going to specify the rights of these people that need to be respected. Today, in regard to the protocol on the elderly, 14 countries have ratified. We need a few more for it to get into force. So the faster our countries ratify it, the better it will be. I also support the proposal that you made that the advocacy should be done by each and every one of us. Each of us here is on mission to make an advocacy for vulnerable people. So the advocacy is one of our missions, and we need to be able to follow through with it. Now, as regards what Honorable Esther from Kenya said, who would like to say that the seniors or the elderly have the wisdom, and the junior or the youth have the strength or the vigor. So the challenge for us is to be able to strike a balance between these two in order to speed up our development. As I was saying earlier, we have to go beyond the protocol or transcend the protocol towards a model law that will take into account all aspects of health, rights, and the welfare of these elderly people. Now, as concerns people with disabilities, one of the issues that made our advocacy easy is that increasingly in Africa, we find people with disabilities, and not only those, but autistic children, and nothing's being done for them. Nothing's being said how to go about managing them. So this is even more urgent for that our various countries should take ownership of the model law on people with disabilities. As regards my brother from Djibouti, I think we need to expand the mission on the entire continent. And I think increasingly we realize the pivotal role played by PAP and the MPs that we are, not only in protecting rights of citizens, especially the most vulnerable, but in signing the Malabo Protocol. When we met the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they said yes, we've adopted several protocols. But the Malabo Protocol on the PAP is that which is often forgotten. So in the next PAP budget, that's why I raised the issue when they were doing the strategic planning, as if our legislative power is a priority for the PAP. And if that's yes, and if that's mentioned in the strategic plan, we need to come up with a budget to conduct the necessary advocacy to ensure that countries ratify the Malabo Protocol so that it can finally be implemented. And then, of course, the regional caucuses, I think they have to play their part. But I'd like to underscore that one of the key success stories of our mission is that the Ivorian MPs were involved, because we have witnessed advocacy missions of the caucus that goes to a country, they conduct a mission without involving the MPs of that country. So the MPs of that country need to be involved so they can open doors and ensure that monitoring is done once the mission is over. Madam President, I think I've answered all questions, and I'd like to reiterate or express my sincere gratitude to the Secretariat and to all my colleague MPs who are here present for their input and appreciation. Thank you very much.
أظن بأنها تستحق التصفيق.
Honorable, I think that she deserves a round of applause, even the better round of applause than what took place before. The Deputy Clerk, what do we have on the agenda now?
دونك نقترح بأن تتم المصادقة.
We suggest the adoption of this report by acclamation. The report is considered adopted. I thank you, says the chair. The next item Honorable Chair, I am being told quietly that the Vice Chair of the Committee on Social Affairs and Health is in the chamber. Let me remind you that the presentation is about fostering an Africa fit for children. Thank you very much. I suggest that the Vice Chair of the Committee on Health presents his report. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, it's my honor to stand before you in my capacity as a Deputy Chairperson to present the report on behalf of the Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs. This report has been compiled following a 2-day joint seminar with the Committees on Education, Justice and Gender on the Agenda 2063, Fostering an African Fit for Children. Mr. President, child protection and welfare are vital as one of the most vulnerable groups. Protecting children from abuse, neglect, and exploitation ensure their physical and emotional safety, allowing them to grow in a secure environment and laying a foundation for their future well-being. As outlined in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare on the Child, as well as the other EU policies, Upholding children protection is quality essential for ensuring they are treated with dignity and respect through education and opportunities. The objectives of the seminars were among other two. Assess the current state of child rights and raise awareness among parliamentarians about EU policies and the program related to child rights and welfare. Define parliamentary action aimed at enhancing the rights and welfare of African children. Reflect on strategies which will encourage member states to sign, ratify, and implement EU policies and relevant legal instrument. As outcomes, the seminar increased awareness on the states of child protection in Africa, and the parliamentarians were capacitated to promote EU legal instrument and adopt child-friendly national policies program and adequate budget. Home President. The African Union prioritizes the protection of the children's rights, including the elimination of harmful practices, as a part of its vision for the Africa we want. The Agenda 2063 established essential governance and accountability mechanisms to safeguard children's rights as a top priority. However, challenges remain in implementing legal and policy frameworks. In collaboration with the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the Department of Social Affairs of the EU Commissions, and civil society organizations, the seminar focused on the state of an African child, the challenges he is facing, and the policies adopted by the African Union. Under the African child, the discussion explored the landscape of child-focused research and its impact on policy formulation. Researchers informed parliamentarians that data collected were gathered directly from child, who shared their own experiences and stories through platforms like Children Parliament and surveys. During the process, key areas affecting children were identified, including health, education, nutrition, protection, and social services. Furthermore, the transition to adulthood is disrupted by issues such as hunger, child labor, and early marriage, particularly impacting those aged from 17 to 20, hence the need for increased investment to address those challenges. Another challenge affecting children development is drug abuse, jeopardizing societal development by leading to increased criminal activity, higher school dropout rates, and violence, which in turn perpetuates cycle of poverty and social exclusion. Home President, we acknowledge that our heads of state and the government have made effort to protect our children in adopting many policies. These include: 1. The African Charter on the Rights and the Welfare of the Child, ratified by 51 member states. However, its domestication is still a challenge. The EU Salima initiative to ending child marriage and female genital mutilations through a national campaign to document the progress made in addressing this issue affecting the health and the development of children and women. The initiative to combat online child sexual exploitations and abuse, which focused on enhancing regional and national capacities to address the online child protection issues. The objective of the initiative is to integrate relevant action into a national school programs and generate evidence. The EU Action Plan to eradicate child labor and human trafficking, developed in 2019, built upon existing EU legal framework and Agenda 2063, despite the existence of international convention and a national law designed to protect children's rights. Child labor continues to be prevalent. Africa accounts for the highest child labor rate globally, particularly in sectors such as agriculture, mining, and domestic work. Poverty is identified as a primary driver of child labor, compounded by inadequate social services, limited opportunities, and cultural factors. Home President, to conclude, key recommendations were made which include: number one, foster regional collaboration to address shared issues effectively and prioritize the best interests of children. Two, address policy gaps and develop targeted strategies to address them. Three, examine how reason, belief, and the practices intersect with the child protection effort. 4, encourage data collection to support evidence-based policies and decision-making. 5, strengthen partnership between governments, civil society organizations, and research institutions to ensure the policies are well-informed and responsive to children's needs across the continent. This collaboration can also help leverage resources and expertise for greater impact. 5, investment in human resource and entrepreneurship to secure a brighter future for children. Additionally, the rapid urbanization and regional integration outlined in Agenda 2063 necessitate immediate action from member states to secure a stable economic future for children. Also, some measures have been implemented at both continental and national level to enhance child health and education in urban areas. Marginalized children, particularly those in rural regions and conflict zones, continue to face significant challenge and are often overlooked. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقر على التقرير الشافي الكافي الشامل والذي يطرح قضية مهمة بالنسبة لنا جميعا كفارقة.
This is a very important theme for us as Africans, and everything concerning the African child is extremely important, and we need to work together and do the impossible so that we can ensure safety for our children. Thank you.
أول متدخل هي النائبة الموقرة إستر من كينيا. تفضلي.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for giving me this opportunity. I want to make it short. First of all, I want to commend the committee on the report that they've come up with on fostering an Africa fit for children. I have only one thing that has been pondering in my mind. Why, when it comes to issues that are so important, like ending of child marriages, the campaign, the Selema initiative to eliminate female genital mutilation, the online sexual exploitation and abuse, the plan of action on drug control and crime prevention. When I looked at the 10-year action plan for eradication of child labor, human trafficking, modern slavery, it pondered on me that why do we have a 10-year action plan? You know, when we had COVID, within weeks, everybody in the continent of Africa, even in the remote villages, were wearing masks. The government was quickly able to implement this action to safeguard lives. But when it comes to ending female genital mutilation, I can't understand why we need 5-year, 10-year plans to eradicate. When it comes to providing sanitary towels to all our girls in the continent so they can go to school, I don't see why it's competing with other budgets for infrastructure when it's such an essential part of ensuring that we protect our children, or we safeguard them, or we enable them to be empowered by attending school. So when it comes to issues of child marriages, who are the culprits? It's the men who are making these decisions that it should be a 10-year strategy or a 10-year plan. It's the men. Patriarchy is still not able to ensure that we safeguard our children from child marriages. If we say today that if we just say that it is criminal, it is wrong, we're not waiting 10 years, if you engage in early child marriages, it will be a crime, immediately arrested and sentenced, I think we will end it. We don't need a 10-year eradication plan to stop us from misusing children in our fields as laborers. We don't need 10 years to eradicate FGM. I mean, I think when it comes to certain issues like this, the reason why this is happening, the reason why it's lengthy periods, is because women are not on the table. So we need to safeguard the children. We need to make sure that women are on the table to push this agenda. And I think the SDG number 5 of gender parity, ensuring that women are on the table, will make sure that we safeguard our children. I think it's so sad when we say we will eradicate these vices that are so harmful to our children, and we say we need time. The same way we dealt with COVID overnight, we can deal with all these elements that affect our children. We don't need months, we don't need years, we need hours and days to safeguard our children. Thank you.
شكرا سيد النائب الموقر. الكلمة الآن.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'll give the floor now to the Honorable MP from Zimbabwe. You have the floor.
President, congratulations for the position. I would like first to thank the Vice Chair for the report. Actually, the agenda of fostering an Africa fit for children is a key fight in Africa. My interventions are just focusing on trying to advocate further for the realization of the Pan-African Parliament, the importance of an Africa fit for children. And it starts with us parliamentarians to push for policies and legislation that creates a conducive environment for the African child. In Africa Fit for Children, we have to respond to the following issues: drug and substance abuse. It's one key area that Africa must make sure that when you want to create an Africa fit for your own children, you have been able to fight and win this battle. The issue of skill development and jobs. The children of Africa must find jobs in Africa and must have skills developed fit for Africa. Issue of education that is affordable and accessible. Issue of health that is affordable, accessible, and quality. Legislation that protect the African children. Issues of child's birth and other vital statistics for registration. Most African children are living without birth certificates. And if we want to make sure that Africa is fit for children, we must make sure that they have access to those birth registrations. Protection against violence, exploitation and abuse. We must make sure that Africa have protected its own children. And we have to, the African child must be free from the impact of armed conflict and any other disaster. And it can only be done by us here as their representatives in parliament. Every national policy must only be adopted after considering the interest and rights of children. Pan-African Parliament must ensure collaborative efforts are done to deal with issues of drug and substance abuse. And also the challenge that is faced with the children living with the urbanism and any other factors that affect children. Zimbabwe participated in Africa Fit for Children in many ways. And we are going towards a strong legal system that safeguards the children. In conclusion, Madam President, I wish the aspirations of the children of Africa to be realized as we create the great African nation, our motherland. Thank you.
شكرا النائب الموقر. الكلمة الآن للنائب الموقر من تونس بياد يسري.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Iyad Jusri. He is not in the chamber, so it seems. So I'll give the floor to Honorable Fagnon from Benin. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the floor on this very important issue. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the initiative of the two joint committees for preparing this report. My contribution is on child labor, and I should like to ask that over and above the seminar that was held, I would like to ask some questions. What is the plan of action for of the African Union to stop child labor and human trafficking? This plan should be based on the legal abilities, and we need to find out what is happening with this plan of the African Union on eliminating child labor and human trafficking. Other initiatives like Agenda 2040 have been mentioned. What is the situation with the implementation of this agenda, and also what is happening with the action plan of Ouagadougou? 9 key strategies were developed in consultation with countries to improve the implementation of policies of the African Union concerning vocational training and education. What strategies are these? And as the Pan-African Parliament, how do we own this, and how do we organize our own strategies? Madam Chair, this issue of child labor is linked to neglect of children in terms of nutrition. This comes from the mother's health and the child's health. And then caring for a child is from the fetus to 1,000 days. We need to make sure that children are schooled. I suggest that there be a model law in our countries. In our country, there is a law that will be passed in December concerning the school canteen to ensure that they have a proper nutrition from nursery school to primary school. In the report, we are told that 47% of African population is children. Out of 92 million children in the world that are involved in child labor, we have 45% of this figure in Africa, and that East Africa, West Africa, and South Central Africa break this record. I should like to suggest that as parliamentarians, we need to be vigilant concerning child labor and human trafficking. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Fagnon, for this passionate contribution. I'll now give the floor to Honorable Bechet Lamali from Algeria.
الكلمة النائب المقر.
Not in the chamber. Honorable Sheneti Awadif from Tunisia. Apparently, the Honorable is not in the chamber either, so I'll give the floor to the Deputy Chair of the committee to respond to questions and comments made by parliamentarians. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Honorables. All your relevant points will be taken into consideration, and we discuss and come again. Thank you very much.
شكرا على المداخلة القصيرة ولكنها.
Thank you very much for this very clear contribution. We now go to the adoption of the report of the Health Committee by acclamation. Thank you. Adopted. We go to the report from the next committee, and I'd like to invite Dr. Sherif Gabali to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة الأعضاء الموقرين، أهلا بحضراتكم. هتناول هذا التقرير باللغة الإنجليزية. Having this report on the participation of the PAP at the UN Summit of the Future, which was held in New York City from 21 to 26 of September this year. The Summit of the Future, held from September 21 to 23, 2024 in New York City, USA, brought together leaders to forge a renewed consensus on tackling today's urgent challenges while safeguarding the future. Representing the Pan-African Parliament was myself, Sherif El-Gabali, the chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation and International Relations and Conflict Resolution, along with Honorable Mubarak Muntaka and Honorable Tony Sibanze, chairperson and rapporteur of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, participated in both the summit and its side meetings. Against the backdrop of intensifying global crisis, including extreme poverty, rising emissions, migration, climate change, food insecurity, armed conflicts, health emergencies, and the risks posed by the new technologies, the need for robust global cooperation has never been more critical. Yet, progress remains hindered by mistrust, outdated governance, structure, and uneven development, leaving the most vulnerable disproportionately affected. The summit served as a pivotal moment to rebuild trust and reaffirm the importance of meeting international commitments through strengthened multilateral collaboration. A central outcome of the adoption of the Pact for the Future, which includes Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. The Pact outlines 56 actions aimed at reforming global institutions, enhancing climate action, advancing disarmament, and guiding the responsible development of artificial intelligence, laying the foundation for a reimagined, more inclusive multilateral system. Meetings attended. How can parliaments help close the SDG financing gap? A role of parliamentarians in multilateralism at the global level. Africa's natural resources shaping the future. Unstoppable Africa shaping global ambitions for Agenda 2063. Africa at the forefront of global financing solutions. Outcome adopted agreements. At the UN Summit of the Future, world leaders adopted 3 key agreements: the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. These initiatives signal a new era of international cooperation across various domains with follow-up mechanisms in place to ensure that commitments are implemented. Pact for the Future. The broad agreement Pact for the Future tackles issues such as peace and security, sustainable development, human rights, and global governance reforms. One of the major commitments is the reform of the UN Security Council, specifically improving representation from the underrepresented regions like Africa. This was very important. The Pact also focuses on nuclear disarmament, strengthening space governance, and regulating new military technologies. It emphasizes the urgency of climate action, aiming to keep global temperature rise within 1.5 degrees, and accelerating transitions to renewable energy. Economic reforms to support developing nations through international financial institutions are also a priority. Global Digital Compact. The Global Digital Compact Agreement sets out a framework for global digital cooperation. It seeks to make the Internet accessible to all and establishes international standards for artificial intelligence governance, including the formation of scientific panel and the global dialogue on artificial intelligence. It highlights the need for safer online spaces, especially for children and places data governance on the UN agenda, promoting open data and accessible digital tools. Declaration on Future Generations. The Declaration on Future Generation is the first UN document of its kind, focusing on safeguarding the interests of the future generation in current decision-making processes. This is very important. It includes proposals like appointing an envoy for the future generation and ensuring more meaningful participation of youth and global governance, in global governance. Analysis of impact of agreements and role of the Pan-African Parliament in implementation. The report analyzes the significant impacts on the PAP and the broader objectives within African Union. Notably, these agreements provide the Pan-African Parliament with new avenues and to advocate Africa's development, push for greater inclusion in global governance, and influence policies around digital transformation, and climate action across the continent. One of the major commitments of the Pact for the Future is the reform of the UN Security Council, particularly increasing Africa's representation. 2, the Pact's provision to reform international financial institutions to better serve developing nations will directly benefit the African continent. 3, the Global Digital Compact emphasizes digital inclusion and expanding internet access, which will affect how the PAP promotes digital transformation across Africa. The Declaration of the Future Generation aligns the Africans Union Agenda 2063, which emphasizes youth improvements, youth empowerment. The commitment to keeping global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees and transitioning away from the fossil fuels will influence Africa's climate policies. Recommendations. Number 1, the Pan-African Parliament must initiate preparations well in advance upcoming UN summits to ensure effective participation and strategic engagement. This is very much needed. We need in advance to prepare ourselves for the UN meeting every September. This time we came last moment. We must improve our presence. PAP should actively collaborate with African Union members, states, and regional organizations such as ECOWAS, SADC, COMESA, and others to create unified African stance on critical issues. Number 3, PAP should leverage side meetings as a tactical platform for focused discussions on key issues. Number 4, effective media and public diplomacy are essential to ensure Africa's contribution to the summit are recognized globally. Number 5, the PAP should work closely with the African Union to ensure that the commitments made in the Pact of the Future are aligned with Agenda 2063, the AU's strategic framework for inclusive growth and sustainable development. 6, PAP should push for the harmonization of national policies across AU member states to reflect the UN agreements, especially those related to digital governance, climate action, and youth empowerment. 7, PAP can create monitoring mechanisms to track the implementation of commitments at the national and continental levels. 8, the Pact of the Future emphasizes the engagement of diverse stakeholders. PAP can promote the fostering partnership between governments, civil society, and the private sector to support the implementation of digital and climate goals. 9, in line with the Declaration of the Future, PAP should prioritize platform for youth participation and policy making. 10, a key component of the Pact is the reform of international financial institutions to better serve developing countries. PAP can champion initiatives to advocate for mobilized financing for African countries, including climate finance, debt relief, and investment digital infrastructure. 11, last but not least, as the global digital complex stresses the importance of data governance and artificial intelligence regulation, PAP can collaborate with African governments to draft and implement continental frameworks for artificial intelligence and data governance. Conclusion, the Pan-African Parliament participation in the Summit of the Future was a pivotal step in enhancing its influence in both within African Union and on the global stage. The engagement not only underscores PAP's potential to play a strategic role in shaping international discourse, but also highlights its growing significance as a vital organ in addressing global challenges. However, to fully realize this potential, the PAP must prioritize greater visibility through more effective planning and execution of side meetings, ensuring its contribution are prominently recognized and impactful in future summits. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيد لهذا العرض.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif El-Gabali, for this excellent report. I would now like to give the floor to the honorable members who would like to comment on the report. I will start with Honorable Fagnon from Benin. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. And I'd like to congratulate the Honorable for the quality of the report. It was a very good report. And I would like to say to this August House that Africa and all of our countries are prisoners of the tyranny of emergencies. We are reactive when we have an emergency like COVID, like climate change, like other emergencies. We are reactive. And this very good report, I would like to suggest that the team that drafted this report also drafts a roadmap, and a roadmap for Africa, and establish a roadmap and a flow chart with the main points that the standing committees can work on and focus on. We need to actually focus on developing a strategy, because the Pan-African Parliament needs to use its position and diplomacy to achieve results. The United Nations adopted Agenda 2030, and we have various countries in Africa that joined forces with other countries elsewhere in the world to call out the fact that there was a budget deficit, that there was a lack of funding. And we need to have the funding to be visible, to carry out our campaigns. And in the same vein, Madam Vice President, we have many countries in Africa that are in a situation where pressure is being put on them by countries from the north who are producing much more carbon and much more greenhouse gases. And the time has come now for Africa to stand up and call them out. And we must also take responsibility. And even though we are a consultative body for the moment and not yet a legislative body, we need to take our responsibilities and sort out problems, be proactive instead of reactive. And we must be committed to results-based management. And we need to take all the aspects or all the different points of this report into consideration, and we need to apply them to Agenda 2063 so that we can get results. The future is now. And so I'm really asking African countries to take their responsibilities and take up the challenge. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm now giving the floor to Honourable Estelle Motono Basari from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Today has been such a rich day. I mean, we started off with justice and human rights. We went to girls and women's education. We came to fostering a fit Africa for children. We came to the ratification of protocols for persons living with disability and older persons and social protection and social security. And now we come to the UN Summit of the future. And I keep thinking, you know, we had the Millennium Development Goals. We moved from the Millennium Development Goals to the SDGs. We've got 6 years to finish the SDGs, and then we're left with Agenda 2063. When you're called into to New York to discuss the future, it's such an irony, considering that the one country that doesn't want to commit to loss and damage for climate change is the US. They take it as a joke in spite of the fact that they keep having one hurricane after the other. We saw that no one's left out when it comes to natural disasters caused by climate change. We saw that happen in Spain recently. Many lives were lost, many properties, and we saw the devastation of various floods in Africa, including drought that is actually compromising our food. So we cannot talk future when we are not talking about loss and damage in relation to climate change. The commitments that they have made on climate change from Glasgow to COP28 and now COP29 fall way short. I mean, they raised 700 million from countries in COP28 and 650 million in COP26 in Glasgow. And what we need is in excess of 400 billion. So it's not really going to help Africa if we don't, we won't have a future if we don't deal with commitments, especially where Africa's the lowest on emissions, less than 4%, and the West, the global North, let me call them the global North, are basically the ones who've caused all the damage. So when they talk about the pact reaffirming the commitment to limit global temperatures to 1.5, we're saying, right, work on the limiting of global temperatures, but pay for the damage that it has caused to Africa. And I think we need to actually work on that. I hear that there is a commitment now of 1.05 billion to advance digital inclusion. I mean, put that money into mitigating climate change, because we will have nobody in the continent of Africa if we continue with the drought, if we continue with the floods. We need to actually deal with the problem that has been created by emissions before we can start thinking about digital inclusion. So if there is 1.05 billion to advance digital inclusion, who is it going to benefit if the continent of Africa remains poor because it is unable to mitigate the loss and damages that have been caused by climate change? I think the future depends on us being sincere and honest about the commitment to Africa. We know that Africa pays so much more for the money, and they're going to make money available, but money available at what cost? And why should we be paying and borrowing money to mitigate challenges that challenge our future as the continent of Africa? So I would have hoped that when we sit down to discuss the future, we start with the problem. And the problem is respecting the various agreements that have been made on loss and damage and making sure that they pay them. As people approach, are sitting right now in Baku, Azerbaijan, on COP29, I hope that they will notice that people are less enthusiastic about it. Why? Because it's promise after promise after promise. So the future depends on keeping promises. And I think the Global North has a lot of promises that they haven't kept. And it's time that they start honoring their promises before making new promises. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Honorable David Mpalala of Eswatini. I give the floor to Honorable Beja Lamari, Algeria. I'll give the floor to Honorable Nicolas Fagnon. He spoke already. I give the floor to Honorable Bawab Yossiri, Tunisia. Not in the chamber. I give the floor to Honorable Senator Danson Mngatana, Kenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for having given me this floor to give my opinion on this Summit of the Future. Honorable President, I would like to talk about one thing, which is concerning internet. The first thing is that in such conversation, they have talked about Global Digital Compact. And they said that they want Africa as well to be ready when all this will be done in our better tomorrow. The first thing I would like to request, Honorable Chair, who went to New York, that this information should reach the Transport Committee, because this committee is concerned with such question. And I would like to continue with the second point, which is when the message reaches that committee, they should speak to those who are major investors in the internet. And they should be called to the committee, if possible, even in the meetings outside PAP meetings. They should find a way to obtain experts to implement strategies so that they can be ready for our tomorrow in digital platforms. Why I'm saying this is because when we discovered telephone abroad, it took so long for Africa to benefit from telephones. And once it reached Africa, it was costly, because at that moment, Africa was under colonization and we couldn't organize ourselves. Once we got televisions, we encountered the same challenge. It took us a long time for Africa to obtain that technology. Even when we got it, it was super expensive because Many countries couldn't afford to get that technology up until recently. And you can find in capital cities, there are some, but in rural areas and those remote ones, you can't find such technology. And in Africa, wherever it's available, this technology is always expensive. And that's why we are left behind. Therefore, television and mobile eras, Africa was always behind. But today, we are told our tomorrow, internet is going to be very important. And I would like to request the respective transport committee, please let's organize ourselves very early so that we won't be told. We were told about all this, everybody organized themselves, but Africa, we didn't have any direction. Because at present, when you can see the cents used in Africa for buying internet bundles, it's very expensive. When you visit Europe, America, internet is cheap, almost free. But Africa, we pay a lot for that. We should organize ourselves earlier so that we won't stay behind, and Africa should be ahead in this world. That's why I call upon the chairperson, thanking him so that this doesn't remain here. They should send this information to the Transport Committee so that the said committee should take necessary measures so that this Parliament could be at the vanguard of these things, and we should be ahead in all this. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and allow me to first congratulate the first Vice President on your election yesterday. Congratulations, Your Excellency, and good to see you on that slot. And we wish your predecessor, Madam Masuda, goodwill in a new role in the government back in Mauritania. I would like to note the report of the participation of PAP at the UN Summit of the Future. Mr. President, I wish to note that the team that you assembled was a very competent team, and we evidently was well represented by Dr. Sharif Gabar, chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation and International Relations, and Honorable Mubarak Muntaka, and Honorable Sivanze, who are chairperson of the Monetary and Financial Committees, chairperson and deputy respectively. At this point, I wish to wish Honorable Muntaka best wishes in his home country as they go to elections next month and as he goes to elections as well. We hope to see him back in the House after the elections. Your Excellency, President, I wish to also take the debate of the previous speaker, Honorable Esther Passaris, as my own. She raised pertinent issues there. I think PAP's presence and visibility in all these international gatherings are very vital, but it's cardinal that we see which gatherings are just talk shops and talking without tangible benefits. The UN, of course, is very vital, and the AU gatherings, all of them are vital because indirectly we report to the AU. But in my mind also, I had, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, that we should look at other gatherings and be proactive at gatherings that are economical in nature. In mind, the gathering of the Davos, of the Economic Forum that sits annually in Switzerland, If we are not invited as PAP, we should be proactive and get our name registered there so that you send a delegation every year, because there, that's where who is who of the world is. Part of the problem this parliament faces is financial, but there we find billionaires, they meet there. And so if you are there, Mr. President, or your entourage is in there, you're likely to rub shoulders with people who can be of great economic support to this parliament. That said, Mr. President, Your Excellency, once again, I wish to thank the chairman and also thank them for representing PAP very well at the last UN General Conference in New York. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. That exhausts the list of those who expressed interest. I see Honorable Mbo.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and congratulations to our first Vice President. And I would like to thank the committee that actually attended this thing in New York, which is the Summit of the Future. Honorable Speaker, I think this is a pact, particularly the pact that was created there in relation to technology. Honorable Speaker, I think I'm just lucky to be one of those that are representing the United Nations as the multi-holder advisory group. And right now, I chair the committee that is responsible for network connectivity at the multi-stakeholder advisory group, which is called the MAC, at the IGF, which is the Internet Governance Forum. And I think I quite agree with my brother from Kenya that there is a need for the Committee on Transport, who's actually responsible for science technology in this chamber, to be in touch with what is actually happening. And I can say that as a member of the committee as well, we've made some strides to ensure that we work with the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, and we intend to attend one of the forums that's going to be in Riyadh this year in December. And the importance of actually having such a forum in Riyadh is where we invite all the stakeholders that actually play a big part on the internet. And even when you talk about Africa, we have a big part to play in this, particularly on the Summit for the Future in relation to technology. Because if you look at the current continent, Honorable Speaker, you realize that more than 60% of the continent is actually not connected. When we talk about connecting internet, we are talking about meaningful connectivity. It's not only about connection, but we are talking about meaningful connectivity where people, businesses, and alike are able to make an impact, particularly in relation to business. Now, but what can we do? As a parliament, and in particular the Committee on Transport, I think we have a lot to do in terms of actually trying to bridge that gap between the connected and the unconnected. There's a very, very big gap because more than half of the population of this continent actually are not actually connected. And we need to work together as a parliament to ensure that we bridge that gap. And to bridge that gap, we need some innovations. We need some development in infrastructure, particularly in the rural areas on the continent, because for the most part, those underconnected population actually are found in the rural areas. And there's a need for us to take a look at the people that are actually entering into these markets. Because for the most part, most of these telecom companies, if you look at it, they have a major role to play. Now, to be able to have a meaningful impact on this part, particularly in the technology side, I think there's a need for us to bridge that gap, and the private sector actually have a role to play in doing that. And I want to thank the committee once again, and also urge our own committee here in the parliament to do more to ensure that we get close to the United Nations so that we can have a better understanding about the pact of the future, in more so on the science, technology, and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have now exhausted all the expressions of interest to debate. I therefore invite the chairperson of the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, of course, all points will be taken in consideration. The report, of course, the detailed report will be given to, this is a summary of the reports, but the detailed report is quite comprehensive and will be given to Transport Committee and to all members of PAP. So in that case, because I've been asked about Transport Committee, but it will be given to all. As I said again, the comprehensive report, not this was a short report, okay? So that's one thing. Of course, I've been asked that that we are always in Africa. We are not proactive. We are always reactive to problems and emergencies and so on. Yeah, that's a virtue in many African countries, including my country, Egypt. We always are reactive. So this is something, I mean, that's out of the scope of this Future Summit. But Future Summit is very important in terms of climate change, in terms of renewable energy, in terms of, all what is, and climate change, they said they will not increase the temperature more than 1.5 degrees. Can they do that? Okay, fine. Loss and damage, I know, has never been implemented till now. And before loss and damage, there were many resolutions taken by the COPs, all those COPs. And today we are COP29 in Azerbaijan, and the problem with COP, they take a lot of decisions with hundreds of billions and dollars and so on, and nothing, and I repeat, and I'm very much involved in COP and all this. Nothing has been implemented. So this is something we should work on, of course, because we are the lowest emission continent in the world with 3 to 4% only emissions. Today, Europe is implementing something called the CBAM, Cross-Border Adjustment Mechanism, on all carbon emission product coming from Africa. So like iron and steel industry coming from Africa, fertilizer industry coming from Africa, cement industry coming from Africa. If they go to Europe today, by 2026, they will implement on them a penalty, a very severe penalty. I don't know why European Union is doing that. That's something we should lobby on here as the PAP. These are issues we should handle, okay? Yeah, we are not a legislative, maybe parliament, but we should do others. We have many other things to do. Like this, for example. This will stop a lot of industries in Africa exporting to Europe. Now, on one hand, they say no immigration. They don't want immigration from Africa, from North Africa, from Sub-Saharan and so on. At the same time, they want to stop the industries on those countries. I think we have a much bigger role to play as PAP in such issues, which are even more important than legislative, because they touch our people. They touch the economy. They touch the daily life of our people. So yes, so I think carbon emissions and so on is something, one of the issues we should handle here. And again, I repeat, I thank the President, Sean Berry, that he really took the initiative. Okay, it was a little bit late. There was a problem with funding, but we should be in New York every year. There are many side programs which are very, very relevant to Africa on the United Nations General Assembly. So, other points taken in consideration? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. I see Honorable Samba is left. Sorry? He left. But I just want to assist the Chair of Cooperation to share some information that indeed PAP is poorly funded, very poorly funded, undertaking such trips to the UN to participate in the Summit of the Future. In fact, in the first instance, PAP was not attending at all. The European Union Parliament is the one who said, PAP, you have to, this one is important. And we told them we had no money to attend. They kept coming back and said, please, you need to at least attend 2 very important events, one on peace and security, and that's where Dr. Sheriff, the chair of cooperation, would fit in, and then attend also the issue of financing for development. And that's where the chair of finance fit in. But we had no money. And I want to say, we had to request the Parliament of Egypt to buy the ticket for Honorable Sheriff to go to New York, and they did so on behalf of PAP. Yes, we should do clap and we should show appreciation. And then we'd ask the Parliament of Ghana to fund Honorable Muntaka to go to the UN. Again, we clap for Ghana. Yes. But so when people look at these things, they think maybe we had money, no, we had no money. Of course, when you have MPs traveling to a PAP forum, you have to have staff. Like at UN, you need a protocol person who does the clearing of the roads within the corridors. Otherwise, for the MP, without any assistance, it can't work well. So that is how we operated. Very important side events. PAP was given platforms as Pan-African Parliament. It would not be good for people to ask PAP take the floor and then Pan-African Parliament is absent. With a dialogue, there was a dialogue where PAP was invited also to sit as part of the panel. So all these things need to be appreciated. And the mother of all events, after all, is the UN Assembly globally, the mother. Davos has a limited participation. G77, G20, those have limited participation. And also, you don't just go, you need an invitation. Previously, PAP was not invited to the UN Assembly events. It's the first time that the UN Assembly invited Pan-African Parliament. Davos doesn't invite Pan-African Parliament because its orientation is more on economies, dealing with economies and economics. And people think Parliament does not quite get into it. It's wrong, of course. Parliament is everything. Now, having said all this, honorable members have come to the end of the business of today. May I ask the clerk to make announcements if there are any? Any announcements? No, the clerk has no announcements. So the House stands adjourned until Thursday, 14 November at 10 o'clock, not at 9. Yeah, at 10. Well, this morning by 9:30, there were 3 MPs. So rather start at 10, and I believe for 10, we all be here by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you. And I want to thank the first Vice President for being in charge the whole day today.